St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, Virgin Islanders on the Caribbean and the mainland and throughout the world. Welcome and thanks for tuning in to 970 AM. This is your host, Mary Moorhead, back from my duties with the Board of Education. I thanks to my brother for holding down the fort. I'm sure you all enjoyed the historical presentations that he probably enlightened you with. I have some enlightenment for you this afternoon because I have picked up the Board of Election General Election calendar. So I will be able to give you some of that information and I will share what I can from my visits to the different public schools here in St. Croix, well, throughout the Virgin Islands. Let me just put it that way. Okay, so we'll see how it goes. Let me, before I forget, let you know that you're always welcome to tune in, join in by calling 340-773-0390 or 340-773-0490. All calls are welcome on all subject matters as long as they are respectful. Okay. Now, to begin, because this is coming up quite soon, so that is why I'm gonna just jump right into this 2026 election events calendar. Because right now in the month of March, there are there's an event, and it's described as training for aspirants on how to complete the nomination papers. So if you aspire to be a candidate for any position in the November election and you want to be familiar with how to deal with the nomination papers that are required, then you will attend this training, which happens in St. Croix on the 17th of March. Okay, the 17th of March will be the training in St. Croix, and that will be at 5:30. I wonder if they realize that that is St. Patrick's Day. Well, hey, if you want to be familiar with and know what you're doing, show up at the St. Croix election office at 5:30 on Tuesday, March 17th, which is St. Patrick's Day. Those of you in St. Thomas, your training will happen on Thursday, March 19th at the election office in St. Thomas. And that would be the training for aspirants in St. Thomas, St. John district. So it matters not, okay, if you have never been a candidate, so you're not familiar with the nomination papers process, I would suggest that you drop in and get the directions in this training. And it covers all positions, whether you want to be a candidate for the delegate to Congress, um, governor, lieutenant governor, uh, a senator of the 37th legislature, a member of the board of election or the board of education. Again, the training under the auspices of the deputy supervisor will be in St. Croix on Tuesday, March 17th at 5:30, and in St. Thomas on, on Thursday, March 19th. Okay? Now, continuing on with the calendar, um, the forms, the nomination paper forms will be available in the offices in St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix from the 14th of April, which again is a Tuesday, the 14th of April. But as usual, while you can pick up the paper, the packet ahead of time, you cannot, by law, begin to circulate. In other words, to get signatures on those nomination papers until the April 19th, which happens to be a Sunday. Okay? So you can go to the office, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and get your nomination papers packet for to be a candidate in any position in the November election. You can do that beginning April Tuesday, April 14th, but you may not begin to circulate the paper for signature until Sunday, April 19th. Okay? Moving right along, then the first day that you can submit the paper after you've completed um, the required number of signatures, okay? The first day that you can submit the nomination paper to the office, the election office, will be Tuesday, May 12th. Anytime between noon and 6 p.m. on Tuesday, May 12th, you can turn in your completed nomination papers. And really, folks, the sooner you turn it in, the better. Why? Because it gives you the opportunity to be able to correct any errors. And I say that because sometimes people will sign, first of all, thinking that they are registered or are thinking that they're of a particular party for affiliation, whatever. And, a member will have it, they might be mistaken. So the sooner you turn your nomination paper in, the clerks in the office, they review the signatures, the information to verify. And one, it, if there are those that are not valid for whatever reason, they call you in and give you back the nomination papers in order to continue so that you would have your required numbers. Now, that can be covered by making sure that you get more signatures than is required. And to be perfectly honest, I don't recall the number of signatures that are required in compliance according to your um, position, your party affiliation, and that type of thing, because that's what it depends on. Okay, but you first day to turn in is May 12th. Okay, you've had it since um, April 19th, so let's say almost a month. Um, and I'm saying it's possible. Turn it in May 12th or turn it in early. But one way to avoid having to take it back because there are errors and you have to add more signatures is to always get more, 5 or 10 more than you that is required. That way, if you have some that are not valid for whatever reason, um, you know, your nomination paper can still be acceptable. Okay? All right. The last day now for the nomination papers is the 19th of May. Okay? That is the last day to turn in your nomination paper. May Tuesday, May 19th. Okay? And the casting of lots is scheduled for Tuesday, August 25th. Okay? Tuesday, August 25th is the casting of lots. The casting of lots is that you come to the office of the election board and they will have numbers according to how many um, candidates are vying for the particular position. Okay. Say, for instance, if there are three people, three candidates for the office of a delegate to Congress, well, then they will have numbers one, two, and three in a hat or a box, whatever. And you would, and if you're the candidate, you would pick so that you get position one, position two, or position three. That's what's called the casting of lots, and that is scheduled for Tuesday, August 25th. According to this, okay, there is early voting, and early voting is going to open on Thursday, October 8th. Okay, Thursday, October 8th, and let's see, the last day of early voting is Monday, October 26th. Okay, Monday, October 26th. So that's pretty much the calendar for the election of November 2026. Okay, let's make sure you understand that um, registration is available. Okay, um, at the office from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. So every day of the week, you can go to the election office in St. Croix or St. Thomas between the hours of 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. to register to vote. Those of you in St. John, that only happens on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay? St. John, Tuesdays and Thursdays. St. Croix and St. Thomas, 5 days a week, Monday to Friday. Folks, this is a serious election coming up, so I am asking everyone to please make sure to register and vote. There are those of you out there because it's like thousands of people who are registered but don't vote. Remember, the law has changed. So as long as you're registered, you may go and vote when the voting process opens up. Okay? So let's make sure, because if the pattern has been, as I can recall, it's not quite, it's about maybe 10% of registered voters who are voting, okay? Which is really something we need to improve because look at it this way. When you don't vote, you are therefore then accepting that the people who vote every election can continue to make the choices for you. Now, let's remember, you're the one who always complaining that we always having the same people elected. Well, that's because we're having the same people vote while a whole lot of you don't register. And if you register, you don't vote. So you are relinquishing your power and authority for that small percentage of folks who definitely religiously go and vote every single election year. So, folks, you want to see a different outcome? Vote. Mm. Those who always say that it's the same people that get the vote all the time, well, you and all your friends who you know who always bragging that they don't vote, go vote. Go vote and let's see what happens. I'm pretty sure if the majority of you out there who have not been voting decide to vote this November, I'm pretty sure you'll see a different, a different result. Okay? Because like I said, there's thousands of you out there who are not voting. Okay? And when you think of the history um, that was that is behind the whole idea of voting, you should realize that um, you know mm, it's a lot of sacrifices that was made in order for people to get the right to vote, and we should honor that sacrifice by being sure to take advantage of voting ourselves. I'm on the radio, can't talk right now. Okay? So, folks, let's please honor the sacrifices that were made by our ancestors who, well, some lost life, some lost limb, um, many lost all kinds of things in order to be able to have the opportunity to vote. So let's respect and honor the fight that they made, that they waged to make sure that we now have the opportunity to give a voice because that's what your vote is, your voice for your choice. So vote. And for those of you which and it's something that's really strange dynamic because there's quite a few younger folks who want to claim that they're free and have no participation, no connection, nothing to do whatsoever with the wrongdoing, with the corruption that exists in our government because they stay away from the politics, because they don't get involved in the politics. But I wonder, what is in their mind if they don't realize that all that corruption, the politics, or whatever it is that they think they're staying away from, is what is controlling their lives. Okay? Because if you don't participate in making things better, Okay? The corruption that exists, the wrongdoing that exists, it is still part of what you are living by. Okay? So if we want things to change, we have to help to make the change. Right? Um, it's not fair for so many of you to sit on the sidelines, stand on the sidelines, and expect or want to expect or criticize that things are not what they should be. But when asked to help to correct it, you are not at all um, available. Okay? Um, I use the word available lightly because the point is you're just not interested. I mean, even in, and I see this, and with the public school education, every single public school has a parent organization. That's part of the function of the institution, of the makeup of the institution. Okay. But the problem is we have parents who are not at all interested in the instruction, the curriculum, the education that their children are getting. But when comes time for promotion, graduation, they are there fighting for their seat and their place, but they spent 12 years totally unconnected to that child's education. And I speak of it because, yes, I served 30 years as an educator in the public school education system in St. Croix, and I saw that. I saw uh, parents who never came, didn't come to pick up report cards, didn't come for parent organization meetings, didn't come for functions, didn't come for anything but promotion ceremony or graduation ceremony. They were there in full regalia, demanding their seat in the facility. Okay? Folks, we need to get involved because um, it is disheartening what is happening with our public education system. Okay? I don't care what anyone says, and let me make it clear this is my position, nothing to do with the radio station owner, management, or whoever. This is my position. After having visited every single public school facility throughout this territory of the Virgin Islands, okay, I don't care what anybody says, these children are being left behind. Okay. For one, I think there's something that needs to be studied uh, with this testing every year, testing to do what? To learn the same thing that the children are not on level. The assessment is not good. Okay. So if you test last year and it wasn't good, you test before the year before, it wasn't good. What are you gonna test this year for when you really should be spending the time trying to address the deficiency, the shortcoming? Because the testing takes a lot of time. And really, According to some educators, and I've seen it myself, um, it isn't necessarily accurate. Not to say that it is the scores are coming bad, but they're not that bad. Yes, the scores are bad. Okay, but the point is, um, the testing is frustrating to the children because it needs internet, and as I have said too many times, okay, many times, okay, there is not one single public school facility in the territory of the Virgin Islands that has dependable, constant internet connection. Folks, that I think is the biggest shameful act ever because this is the same government that always bragging about this fiber optic situation that the businesses have available. Now, make it make sense for me, okay? Because I tell folks all the time, yes, I am not the most learned where technology is concerned, but I just use common sense. And I understand that the fiber optic capability is something more advanced that is still dependent on the basic foundation, which is having an internet connection. So, by my common sense, how can you get to the point of offering businesses and encouraging and engaging for businesses to come establish themselves in the Virgin Islands because of the fiber optic capability that we have, but you can't supply the lower level, which is just the internet, the bare internet connection to any of our schools. Okay, um, make that make sense for me. Okay, please 7730390 7730490 area code 340. I'm sure there are people out there in the listening audience who would be interested to be able to understand that also. Now, what I do understand is that nobody, nobody in the Department of Education seem to take this problem serious. And I'm saying that, folks, because how long has internet been existing? And as long as it has been existed, just as long is that it has not been functioning properly in our public schools. So that being the case, is telling me that one, whoever is in charge, okay, um, can't be that much more knowledgeable about technology than I am because hello, all these is decades now, decades that they can't figure out how to give our public schools dependable internet. Now, in speaking to folks who are involved, I'm told it's equipment. Equipment is old, equipment is not sufficient. Okay, equipment. That being the case, though, people, you would think that the Commissioner of Education, this one and all the ones that came before, would sit down with whomever is the authority on what is necessary in order to provide a capable, acceptable, dependable internet connection that would be channeled into all our public schools, and make a list of what is needed, resource wise, equipment wise, training wise, because maybe we need to also train some of our workers in the IT division. And the next time they go to do the budget at the legislature, put in that request. I don't know that I have heard any focus on internet connection resources where the Department of Education is concerned in the budget process. So it's like if you don't have an able, committed administrator or educator at the particular school, and I'm saying that because that's what I have seen, that if when you have that, you have maybe a class area, subject matter that will have the constant internet connection because somebody provide what is called the hotspot, or they come with their own um, whatever the gadget is that you can walk with in order to provide the connection. Okay. And seemingly, well, that there's a price to that. But the point is, why is it that the commissioner, and I say the commissioner because this is a territorial concern, okay? It's not just one particular island or one particular school. It is every single school in the territory that has the same complaint that the internet, okay, is not at all dependable. So this interferes with instruction because majority of instruction nowadays is dependent on the use of the internet with the Promethean boards and all, or with laptops or with whatever. Okay. So why is it that, I mean, when you're a commissioner and you're told that there is a problem that schools can't depend on an internet connection, how is it that there is not the focus? There's not the focus to correct that situation. Okay. And I'm saying that the focus because it baffles me that nobody seems to want to say, hey, I'm gonna find out what it needs. Okay. Make a list of all that is necessary, and we're going to either research to maybe find a grant that will provide, or it's not, because I don't know if that is all at all possible to have a grant to provide um, proper internet for all the schools in the territory. But if not, then I mean, to just get the equipment that is necessary, and I would think that the equipment would be needed on in both districts, because I again, because of my limitation, I don't know if you can have one hub that would direct a connection to both districts for all schools. So, but the point is, whatever is needed, okay, really, really, whatever is needed, folks, it can't be what, you know, some outlandish figure that we really cannot supply. Because if that be the case, then why are we sitting every day wasting money? Because as I see it, we're wasting money because we have an IT division in the Department of Education and we have an IT division in the Virgin Islands government. And if neither of them can correct the situation, then I see that we're wasting, as particularly in the Department of Education, because as I understand it, there is a director of technology in the Department of Education, and there is a division that of technology what that has personnel and whatnot. So if these personnel exist, but you're not providing the connection, then tell me if it ain't a waste of money. Okay? Because if I paying you for something, but we're not getting it, then money is being wasted someplace. And if you can't do better, then we might as well just shut down the whole thing because it's not happening until we can do some assessment or analysis of the system to find out what is the problem and what is needed. Now, folks, I'm harping on this because there are ton of young people out there. That's what the age, the parental age is nowadays. Okay, 20s, 30s. Okay, that's the age, and that's the age that commands the technology. So tell me why parents aren't up in a uproar, okay, across the territory demanding better internet connection at the schools for their children. Tell me why. Because, folks, as I point out to you, it's affecting the instruction. And if we're going to do anything serious to get these children up to par, okay, to start to move them somehow, the internet connection has to be dependable. So that's why I'm harping on that. Because to tell you the truth, if I knew that things could be done or would be done with just pen and paper, I wouldn't give a damn about the internet. Okay, but that's what it's all about with the administration, with the educators, and really with the students. Everybody wants internet. They prefer to work online. So that being the case, we have to get the internet online, dependable. So who is going to deal with that? Okay. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. The internet is basically an electronic encyclopedia. Of course, much more powerful if you were to try to have an encyclopedia with all the information that's available on the internet. That would probably take up the building. And so, if you're thinking in terms of your to learn without access to books and encyclopedias. So the internet is not a it's not something that you could do without in this day and age. They don't, I don't even know if they sell encyclopedias anymore.
Well,
So,
here's my
so
question then, Carla. If it's something that we, and I agree, I mean, as I just said, administrators, educators, and students, swear by the internet. But then, if that be the case, why is it for the past 2 decades that our public education system can't get it right?
well, it's because for everything else in our public education that they can't get it right. I don't think our society um, sees the importance of educating their young people. When you look at our schools, you look at what's happening in our schools, the internet, everything. It's they don't see this as something as necessary. I think we just basically warehouse our people. They exist, and then we can use the numbers to ask for money from the federal government for this or that, and then after that, they're no longer important. Our industries, whether they succeed or not, doesn't seem to matter if we educate our young. It seems like they are satisfied with bringing in whatever labor they need from outside, and our people just sit there and be counted. And that, you really, when you look at all the things that are happening, that's the only conclusion you can come to. They're not really trying to educate our people.
But
So whether there's internet or not, whether there's power or not, whether the schools are inviting for students to want to get up and go to and attend school or not is not important. I mean, look at most of these schools. If you were a student, would you be excited about getting up to school? Or would you be likely dragging your feet and going begrudgingly?
but why is
Uh,
but you see, and I agree with you in that. But my thing is I cannot wrap my head around the fact that the community, because it's not just the parents, the community on a whole don't see the connection of the failure education to everything else and realize that nothing is going to change if you don't deal with the education.
well, they're under and I think they do it because they don't want to feel that they are limited in any fashion. But you hear in a lot of programs, you don't hear it as much anymore, in partly because I keep pointing it out. But you used to hear a lot of, oh well, I don't need a degree to do this and that. I think people and they bring up, oh, people who didn't have a degree outperform people with a degree. I think because a lot of education wasn't available to a lot of the older people in our community, they don't want to feel that limited them in any fashion. So they keep making these public announcements that education, being educated and having a degree doesn't mean anything.
But really, to
I
be compared, let me correct you a bit though, because
uh,
it's not the older ones that I have. The older ones are the ones who are pushing the value of education. It's the younger ones that are in the
I
30s
think
and
that
the 40s who are devaluing education.
right, and that's because so that exactly that has happened. But I think it's happened because of this that they grow up hearing this kind of talk, and this is of course of late. I would say maybe 80s, because they certainly people who were older generation and and the people in their 40s and 30s weren't saying this in the 70s. They were saying get educated. They were pushing it. But then I think by the late 80s, early 90s, you started to get this other kind of talk. And so now the people who are in their 30s and 40s grew up hearing this kind of talk, and now you're hearing them repeat it. And
But
so this idea that, oh, you don't need to be educated, you don't need to get a degree.
but
And,
quite
and
a
what I
few
keep
of
telling
them,
people,
but quite a few of them in the 30s and 40s have degrees and have a higher degrees than the older folks because they're the ones who are and in a monton with the PhDs, the doctor this and the doctor that.
well, that's something of late. Our community doesn't, even for bachelors, we have a very low percentage of people with bachelor's degrees compared to other states, the states and our guess is like even Puerto Rico, but I haven't looked at the percentages for that, so I'm not sure. But I definitely know compared to other states, we are not that educated. We don't have that many people with bachelor's, masters, and PhD. Now people say this, but when you look at the numbers are appalling. And it's because I think I said in a few last few decades, I said the 70s people were pushing education. But by the late 80s, you started to get this other kind of talk. And so people now look at degrees as kind of checking off box. Not that they're going to college or anything to actually learn anything. It's just to say that they have the degree and they can check it off. And when they're applying for something, they can put it down. But they don't. But are they really trying to learn anything while they do it? I don't see that. And it's because of this idea, they don't seem to realize what education really is. It's a shortcut to gaining experience that you can gain a lot of you can gain from other people's experience. So you go in and you're studying, biology, and you are getting in a week's time what it took many people to understand and learn in the past. If you're looking at some famous biologists and you're reading about what they discovered, it took them decades to get that information from their experience, and you learn it in a week. You're learning for education is about experiences, but it's about you're learning from other people's experiences. So you don't have to go and do all the experiments that they did. You can gain from that the fact that they did it, and you read about it, and you can learn about what they got from those experiments. And that's what education is supposed to be about. It's about learning from other people's experiences so you can jump ahead. And if you don't have to spend all that time that they spent coming up with what they came up with. And I don't see that people understand it. That you go into a class with your teacher and your teacher knows X, Y, and Z because they spent how many of the years learning that. And now they're giving you an opportunity to know what they know, but not having to spend the amount of time that they spent gaining that. I find that we do not seem to understand what exactly education is, because if we did, we would then realize the importance of it, and you would not hear people making the comments that they made. Because how could you ever talk negatively about young people learning from the experiences of older people? be a bad thing? How is that not something that you tried wanted to encourage and wanted to happen? And making sure your child gets every opportunity to get that, and not be staying home playing video games instead.
Well,
And they find like Finland, which is they usually score very high in the math and science, international math and science test. Their children want to go to school because their schools are really nice places. They have like fireplaces in the classroom because Finland is cold. Your rugs and whatnot, you can take off your shoes or whatever and walk out. It's a place, a very inviting place. And the government makes sure that make it that way because they know the importance. They know that they need their children to be educated. And in fact, they actually might have done it too much because about 10 years ago, the president or prime minister, I'm not sure which one they have, but the head of government was begging the students to choose another profession besides teaching, because most of the top 5% of their graduating classes wanted to be teachers because they are really respected in Finland, and the work environment is a really nice work environment. Now you compare that to the Virgin Islands, and most children are like, I am not going to become a teacher.
well, I'm
It
anxious to see what the
requires
new
a
school looks
child.
like.
Sorry?
No, I'm anxious to see what the new school looks like because it is supposed to be operational this August.
Right. And hopefully it's a nice inviting place. But that's
Hopefully.
what and if it is, you will find that students will show up to school. And you will find that some of those students will want to be teachers because they had a good experience while they were a student. It's a nice, good working environment. And so, but presently, I don't know who could say that's our case for the vast majority of our schools. I don't understand why the senators were surprised that students don't want to go to school and that absenteeism is so high. We would have, to me, I would have needed, I would say our children needed to get tested psychologically if it wasn't this case.
Uh,
Our schools are not inviting. They're not competent places to be. So I would
I just think
kind
we
of
need,
worry about our children if they thought it was.
well, I just think we need something, a symposium, something, because we have to turn this around.
Yes.
So
And it's the adults that got to do it. We have to present to the importance of it and stop fooling around, stop kidding ourselves, accept the fact that education is important. It's a necessary thing for communities, and that we need to make the schools an environment where people are not stressed, they can think, they can learn, and that they would actually want to be there.
but they're already headed in the wrong direction because that's the problem that exists right now in St. Croix. The concern that they want to take the students, the enrollment of the Woodson School, and take them to Eulalie Rivera School next school year.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things wrong with it. Just the fact of it that I'm in junior high. I'm finally out of elementary school. I'm in junior high now, feeling good about it, and they're putting me back in elementary school. How is that going to be something they're looking forward to?
Well, and I don't understand why is it even considered when you say the new school will be ready. So why aren't you taking them over
Well,
to the new facility?
maybe that's the part that we're missing, and the only thing that would make this make sense is that it's not going to be ready.
No, I mean, every report, the most recent, they said it's on schedule. And I think that
So,
that was, I
so is
think,
it? I don't know about the capacity. Can it hold the Arthur Richards students and John Woodson? I'm assuming based on what you're saying that it can.
well, it wouldn't, it's not the Arthur Richards and there, because remember, it's a new school. It's for them to decide really, you know, who are the students to go into it. And my thing is, I always understood that because of the problems with the Woodson facility, definitely those children were going to be directed to the new school because they got, they just have to do something about that Woodson building, and it needs to be vacated in order for them to address it. Okay.
So where have the Arthur Richards students, the those who will normally go to Arthur Richards, where have they been going? Because at this point we only have one junior high school that's solely junior high school open, right? That's Woodson.
Yeah.
Because Elena closed down.
But you
Arthur
have
Richards is
you
closed.
have all the elementaries that go to 8. Juanita Gardine is K to 8.
Right,
Pearl B. Larson is K to 8. Eulalie Rivera is K to 8. Okay.
right.
So what happened
So,
was Arthur Richards, I mean, and um, Claudio Marco though is K to 6.
right.
Okay. So really, the junior high students who were at Arthur Richards, they were sent to Eulalie, but the majority had to go to Woodson.
Oh, so they're already in Woodson.
Yes. Okay. And it's something that really, I know for a fact because I know there were people who complained that their junior high, seventh and eighth graders coming from Fredericksted past Eulalie Rivera to go to Woodson.
Mm,
But that was because Eulalie Rivera capacity is only so much. And
right, right.
it is the modulars that they brought to Eulalie Rivera that is accommodating the seventh and eighth graders, and those modulars starting to split in half and all kind of, they got mold problems and all kind of thing. So I don't
Right.
see how they're going to say take the woods. If you couldn't fit them in before, that's why you had to go to Woodson. How is it that now, I mean, yes, the enrollment is dropping, but it's not dropping that much.
Yeah, they need to come to the public and give some explanation because it's quite bewildering. And you know, I think the parents deserve an explanation as to what is going to be happening
Well,
because
they
it's
deserve
hard
an
to figure out.
explanation, and they need to know a decision as soon as possible because, I mean, people make plans early for school uniforms and all this kind of thing because some of them,
Right,
they get them made, by a seamstress or whatever and all this kind of bit. But I wanted to get the board to approve the position, which is why in a special meeting I made the motion for the board to oppose sending the Woodson enrollment to Eulalie Rivera, and the members were not agreeing. They said they want more info. I don't know what information you would need when we just got through school visits of all the schools territory wise. So it's not to say you're not familiar with the facilities. I know that's what you need to know. What the facility you're in is about and what the facility they're looking to relocate to is about. And Eulalie Rivera is presently still constructing a kitchen.
Yeah,
I think you will remember that they were in the middle of that a year or two ago, and then people stole all the new equipment.
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so
Oh my goodness.
so now they got supposedly the equipment replaced, and they are now in the process of redoing the kitchen. Now, I am not one to say that that is a sure thing to happen, because let me remind the listening audience that Claro Marco Kitchen been closed for 10 years.
Wow.
Okay?
And our senators are wondering why our students are not going to school.
Okay? And, uh, and, and it's not equipment. All the equipment sitting right in the place. What it is exactly, I don't even know, because they said it was a problem with the contractor. They changed the contractor. They got a new contractor. They supposedly gave the go ahead, and no work, nothing happening. So I really don't know what the whole thing is now. But Claudio Marco is sitting there with their food being satellite, just like Eulalie Rivera for all these years. So
That's one of the things that is things that are very memorable. Is the school lunch. I remember a cousin of mine, when we were in college, we were talking, we brought up about the getting tuna fish and cornbread, and how much that was a real treat. And this was from since like elementary school,
yeah,
and we're in college, and he's remembering it, and it got back to really good memories to me.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
And these are the things that get students up and into school, and then you have some students where further and that this is where they get their meals from.
yes, because yes,
And so at home they don't really have that much to eat.
yeah, because well,
And so it
it is
brings up,
the what you call it, the kids count report that comes out every year says that our the households or the children, 40% of them are in poverty.
yeah. And so these are the things where you're concerned about the students' absenteeism. These are the things that you can work on to get the attendance rate up.
Yeah,
Make it an inviting and environment. I mean, a lot of schools are like prisons. And it started really, I would say, somewhere in the 80s where they started putting up these fences and stuff. And I remember I was in school and I was like, even the colors that they decided to paint the buildings, I was like, these are prison colors. I feel like I'm going to a jail every thing. And fortunately, I was on my way out, and it's only gotten worse since then. And I don't. It doesn't seem like we realize what we're doing and how these schools look to our children.
well, that's the part that bothers me, that really people aren't uh, they're not seriously concerned about what the whole thing with the schools, the academic, the facility, everything. They just don't seem to be concerned enough. And
And I don't
and
think they think a large portion of our population do not think education is important. They think that things can improve in our community. There'll be jobs, there'll be money without having to educate our youth. That whatever's happening now is enough, and that there's going to be some company that's going to come down and give us all jobs, regardless of what state of education we're in.
but
And
that's the
that's
part.
the
I mean,
problem.
how do we really think that we'll have jobs, or even have high-paying jobs, when the education foundation is not meeting up to that?
Yeah, I think our isolation is probably a big part of the problem. So we are isolated from everybody in the United States. The other states city is doing because there's traffic in between, or you go there, for one reason, business or vacation. So the states are more aware of how success is gotten. We are not because we're isolated. And what I lived in the States quite a bit, traveled a whole lot. I've been to 34 of the 50 states. So there's only like 16 that I haven't been to yet. And those are like maybe, Montana and Idaho and, but when I hear people talk about something in the States, no, you don't seem to have an understanding of how things actually got going. And that's because of this. We're isolated here and we hear things but don't know the details. We don't know how it actually came about. So a lot of us think that things can improve without education. And I challenge them to point to a place where it has, and not only that, but has been done without a lot of social problems.
But that's
So
not.
there's
But
something,
that's not our history, because I mean, let's make sure we remember and admit that we had a valuable, a very progressive education system. In the 60s, 70s, or whatever. Okay,
yes,
coming forward. I mean, we were sending people away who were, doing fantastic and dominating. So that we can't say, because we're away. The isolation always existed, but it did not in any way influence the fact that we still uh, were educated.
but I think international things occurred which made us aware. So, for example, you had World War II, you had Vietnam, you had some people from the VI were in the States, traveled to they spent some time living there. And so I think, so that's why I think you find in the 70s and early
Mhm.
80s that there was this view of education and its importance.
Okay.
But
Well,
then I don't think we've had situations where large portions of our population have been away and came back.
mhm.
So the military, yeah, we have people in the military, but a lot of them go away and don't come back.
Well, let me. I
But
got a call coming in, so let me give somebody a turn. You can
right,
call.
okay.
You're welcome to call back again anytime. Good afternoon and welcome.
No, Perry, I I am listening to Mr. CC, um, the physicist, and the trenchant caller, as Mario described him. I don't know. I have a bit of difference with the fact that people don't live in the state, so they don't know what's going on in another state. I mean, my God, with all the digital this and Skype and what you call Google and AI, we know everything that's going on all over the world. So I don't think that's the case. However, be that as it may, um, the situation we have, as I see it, with public education is that the folks that run public education don't really they're not concerned with the future of the children. And it's simple, it's clear to see. Why then is public and parochial schools not having the same problem? What did they do? We can't run nothing right, but we continue to support a governor and a president that's going to have it their way or the highway. Someone sent me something early this morning about 2 o'clock where the governor is at a podium and a gentleman asked him a question and he He's saying it so much was I don't have to answer you. I am the governor, and I do it my way. And if you don't like what he's saying, then don't call. But that is okay by itself. When I say okay, it's not okay with me, but it's okay because that's what we allow to take place. We like this. He's like a riot. He's a Democrat. He's a yeah, but the nonsense. But who else is going to suffer because of a vagrant like him that's at the head of the government? Who has going to suffer by the children? Now I applaud people like yourself who would even attempt for a second time, maybe a third and a fourth, to get back on the board of education, which you are. Because, as you know, they don't want you there because you ask the hard questions. And you're not going to put up with foolishness. This is what's supposed to happen. You get on board and commission to travel. The stipend for the WICO board and the Economic Development Board is up to $1,500 for a 1-minute meeting. You call it and hit the gavel and give me a check for $1,500. That's all we want. That's all we're going to support. Who the heck am I that consider myself right now to be an outsider? Because that's what I was told. Why you call $5 station staff? You don't live here. No, I don't. But it's not about me.
But that argument doesn't stick because I heard and I don't recall the legislation, but it's got somebody was saying that the legislation that exists that Virgin Islanders who live on the mainland are eligible to be appointed to boards.
Of course.
So
but that is true, Peggy, and that is so as it should be.
Yeah, but so I'm just saying that for the listening audience, because if you can live in the mainland and be a member of a board, you definitely can live on the mainland and participate in any discussion.
Okay, let me make it clear. I want to be on no board. I'm nothing having to do with the Virgin Islands or the pay taxes for companies that I own in the British and U.S. Virgin Islands. Don't ask me why. Me why nothing else. Okay? But that's and you're correct with that. But then you got to say then, why then? Even if that is legislation, if that's legislation, why? Them and those, particularly dominant Democrats, don't want it. Only people being saying.
Well, given that, I then wanted to understand, and even without that, why is it that the governor couldn't find, especially from his organization that has the credit for him becoming governor, the group of Generation Now, which he and what's his name, Carl Knight, and what's her name, Akhtalan, and all of them were members of, that he couldn't find 3 people to replace the Willa John, Celestino White, and Miss Smith on the Port Authority board. They have exceeded their time limit as appointed members of the board. I think it's 3 terms they've already sat. And he reappoints them, saying about exceptional. What's with exceptional? To be perfectly honest, and this is my position, I don't think that St. Croix getting a damn thing Port Authority wise with Willajan sitting there as chairman of the fetching board and nothing happening for St. Croix. No more than his Moko Jumbi them dancing for the ship them in St. Thomas. Okay? But my thing is, they came from Generation Now. You mean to tell me that only he, Carl Knight, and Akhtalan members who can be something in this government?
Well, not even them, Peggy. You left out a few names like the Grovian,
Yeah.
Stella Williams.
Well, and because these are the 30 and 40-year old that supposedly was the next generation to move up. So why is it that the good governor could not find in that whole generation now and in people who he make reference to who live in the mainland to appoint so that we could have gotten new membership on the port with new ideas on the Port Authority Board?
Okay, okay. So you asked the question. Let me answer this way. Has anybody asked him why? I know what he's going to say. He's going to come up with the same copycat foolishness, you know, only paid for doing the pages and the Roosevelt pages on the wall and the you know, all that. But that's what they want. People that they can control. And it's the same big Epstein bed like themselves. I said, I have no respect for none of them. Stop and respect. You don't respect your plastic self. The governor was in Washington the other day, and it became very, oh God, the word I want to use, it became very problematic when people addressing the lady that he was with as the first lady and as Mrs. Bryan. It was embarrassing. But
no, she travels with him in her position as deputy commissioner of tourism. She's not, and she's not.
Wait, but baby, you joining the band? Do you mean to tell me every trip the governor made, he has to have he as deputy commissioner of even so it's not a tourism program? Nonsense.
Well,
She is acting. Oh my God, she's acting as the first lady. She received all the achievements as a first lady. It's against the law. But we like it so. When I say we not like, yo, like it so.
no, because as I said, and this is what I'm saying, haven't paid attention to what was the purpose of any trips he's taken. But I was understanding that when she's on a trip is because of her connection with her position in tourism, not her relationship.
She know more about tourism than the commissioner and as other folks in tourism before she come out and say from the business. I was telling him that. What can I say? But again, I was long to stay out direct because me not even there. My talk can only create problems. For me, when I say problems, yes, I lose some businesses, so I have enough sense now to put businesses, yes, when I do business within the Virgin Islands, it's somebody else's name. You don't see my name there. You can't block me no more. You all don't realize what's going on. You know, all I used to say, and I'm going after this, if you don't have a headache, you can't talk about it. I suffered under the government of the Virgin Islands for the 28 years and 7 months that I've been there. I am still suffering. But I had to learn to do cultivary. Put these names of businesses in white man name and cooperation. And you don't see as name and nothing. But you continue to do business with me. The young stupid is. Anyway, I gonna leave out the confusion. I got.
Well, then if you leave us with a confusion, then you're making the comments valid that criticize about you because the point is you're supposed no, you're supposedly you're interacting in order to help out. But when if you're just going to say and leave us with then you ain't really calling to help out then.
Are you serious? I the Democrats. Peggy, are you on?
Okay, folks, we will continue. And okay, let me see who this is. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on. Hello. Okay, I don't know what happened there. But folks, yes, the lines are open. They're free. 773-0390, 773-0490 with area code 340. Okay. And as I pointed out, yeah, I have no problem with people calling from outside of the territory. Um, to interact or engage in any conversation. My particular concern is when you do that, that you engage in the local topic. So I have a problem when people call and then they want to talk about what's happening in their state or what's happening on the main. I could watch MSNBC or CNN or whatever for that. You know, we here and a listening audience are trying to communicate and well, be enlightened as to situations that concern us locally. And sometimes, you know, we hear a conversation, we hear information that gives an idea of how to address something or make it clear and understanding for someone who is listening and maybe needing a clarity on something. And I tell people that all the time now because folks, there are those who want to say, well, I don't listen talk show because ain't nothing good about it. And I say, well, just like our life, there is good and there is bad. Nothing is all good, nothing is all bad. And it's the same with the talk shows. There, you take the good with the bad, and you know there's information that is can be informational, can be educational, can be enlightening. It's just how you take it, as I said, you know, and that's what talk shows are all about. And if we keep it positive, trying to at least enlighten people, because as I keep pointing out too, there's so much that our community um, of late, for the past 2 decades, let's say, did not necessarily get in our schools system, did not necessarily understand in our school system. And I say that because specifically our political structure, yes, we're a Republican form of government with three different branches, but it is clear when you listen sometime to callers on different shows that not everybody understands uh, the operation of the three branches. Not everybody understands the jurisdiction, the authority, and the power of the three branches. Not everybody understands even the role and mission of different boards and commissions in the government and in the territory. And so these are things that I try my best to get to share information because I am one who believes that the more you know, the more powerful you are, the better off you are, the more, the more pleasant life is when you understand the different divisions of it and you then are capable to maneuver, to function, to operate because you understand how things work. Okay? Not saying that it's good, not saying that you accept it, but understand it, understanding it makes it at least better for you to live and deal with it. Okay. Let me, because it's been a while, in case there's someone who missed in the beginning, I want to give this announcement again for the 2026 general election calendar, because I am encouraging aspirants for our positions that are going to be available this November. And by that, I'm talking about candidates for delegate to Congress, governor and lieutenant governor, um, positions for the 37th legislature, and last but please not least, don't overlook them, don't bypass them, the boards of election and the boards of education. So what we have is that beginning Tuesday, the 17th of March, the supervisor, the deputy supervisor, will be holding training for aspirants in St. Croix to explain to them how to complete the nomination papers, that the full packet that you're given when you work to be a candidate for a position in the November election. So that's Tuesday, March 17th. That will be happening 5:30 at the St. Croix Board of Elections office, election system office. And for those in St. Thomas and St. John, that will be happening Thursday, March 19th at the St. Thomas election office. Okay, so that is a training for aspirants on how to complete the nomination papers that has to be done when you become a candidate for election. Okay. Also, I wanted to point out that the nomination papers then will become available on the 19th of April. Okay. Well, they will be available the 14th of April, but you can't begin to fill them out to have them signed until the 19th of April. Okay. And then the first day that you have them completed, you can start turning them into the election office on the 12th of May. And the last day will be the 19th of May. And the one other thing that I pointed out uh, that this might be for is that the casting of lots for the positions on the ballot will take place on the 25th of August at 5:30 in person, and that again will be in the election office in St. Croix and the election office in St. Thomas. Okay, so yeah, that is the schedule for the 2026 general election. Okay, um, getting back to education, that's my number one. Okay, and I always am trying to encourage uh, the parents, the community, period, to show some interest by becoming an active member of the parent organization at a public public school, not necessarily high school, at a public school, period. Okay. So, because folks, if we have active members with these parent organization, okay, 20 to 30 people focusing on a particular issue to advocate for, to lobby for at a school can get things done. But the organization needs the numbers. Okay. So it is for the parents, it is your duty. by the way. Let's not just sugarcoat it. It is your duty as parents to advocate for the quality education of your children. Okay, that's your duty. Okay, besides clothing them, feeding them, rearing them, whatever, it is your duty to make sure they are properly educated. Okay, and I did learn in visiting the schools that there are quite a few facilities but have students waiting for what they call assessment. Okay, what they mean is that somebody has, some educators has identified that the students have a disability. Okay, and there may be something simple, but a disability nonetheless, and therefore then they qualify after all it's done that is supposed to be done to be assessed so that they can get an IEP, and the IEP is an individual educational plan that tells teachers exactly how to deal with that child's disability so as to make sure that the child still can learn, uh, can comprehend the instruction. What we have learned is that they are quite a backup, okay, a backup of these children waiting to be assessed. Now, what is that other problem? It's a problem because if a child has a disability that is interfering with the learning process, with them being able to get a full, take full advantage of whatever instruction is going on, that's a problem. And it's a problem that needs to be corrected as soon as possible. So for you to have children, students waiting a month, 2 months, 3 months, hello, that's not good. That's not good. Okay. And it is for the parent of that child and really the PTA of that school to advocate and bring pressure for those students to be assessed in a timely manner. Okay? Let's not please leave everything on the individual parent. Yes, it's someone's particular child, individual child, but that does not mean that an organization can and should not be supportive in advocating and lobbying for things to happen. Okay, that's how it should be done. Okay? And I'm understanding that this exists at quite a few facilities, and I was upset because the director of this particular area had not so long ago made a presentation to the Board of Education claiming how all that backlog had been dealt with. And, they were up to date insofar as assessing the students. I don't like people coming making presentation to me lying. Don't do that at all. Okay? Because once you lie to me, well, hello, you on my bad side. I am not trusting, believing nothing you say. Not that I believe or trust anyway. I always verify and confirm information when it is shared. I do my best to be able to do that. Now, it's not with everything, especially with education, that you can do that because everyone is so clandestine where things are concerned. But at any rate, once I do find out though that you, you know, told misinformation, shared misinformation, inaccurate information, I have a problem. Okay? And I then will be on your case as much as I can be in order to have students concerns addressed, because I am always about the children first. Even as an educator, I always used to say to my coworkers, you can't harass, uh, uh, do wrong to the children, because we would not have a job if it was not for the children to be educated. I told them that all the time. Right? So I am always for the children, and that is why I am of the position, and I want to make sure that all listening today understand I am of the position that I don't intend to change, that the children and the faculty and staff at Woodson should not should not be sent to Eulalie Rivera facility. They should not. Okay. Um, I am of the plan that was presented to me when Dion Wells Hendrington was director of new school construction and maintenance and build. And the plan was that the children and faculty of Woodson would be the ones to go to the new school in Mount Pleasant, okay? Because Woodson, even then, and it's gotten worse, needs to be addressed physically, okay? In order to, uh, well, mitigate, prevent whatever is happening there with this reoccurrence, because it keeps coming back. The reoccurrence of the mold situation. I don't know um, how they intend to address it, but it they need to, and that is why it was my understanding that when the new school was ready, those at Woodson would go there so that Woodson would be available for proper maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, whatever is necessary in order for it to, if it can possibly be a functioning facility. Okay. And I say if it can possibly be, because there are some who are of the position that because of the um, very the water, the spring that exists in that area, and there would always be wet conditions, and in that area, that really they should just vacate the area. Whether that's true or not, all of that remains to be understood when the place is emptied, vacated, and then they can do a proper assessment, say, of the soil, the ground, the environment and whatnot, because that's what will tell them if that is the area to put construction. Because maybe they need to just return it to what it was, which is agriculture, as far as I remember. Okay, so at any rate, um, it is my position. I repeat that Woodson must not be sent to Eulalie Rivera. Okay, and as I pointed out, that school has some boarded off areas where walls were falling, and they had to close off the area because of the danger to the students. That school was prime and built, yes, as an elementary school. So the restrooms, everything. I mean, is designed for little ones. So um, the way they accommodated the junior high students that they now have, that they went there after Hurricane Maria, is because of the modulars that they installed over there. And those modulars, let me remind everyone, have passed their where a scholar did um, their operational date, their well, its modulars are not, well, they're trailers, so to speak, and they're not solid construction, and they have expiration dates. And as far as I know, these are past their years. Okay. Um, 2017 was Hurricane Maria. We in 2026. So that's definitely, because I think those things only are supposed to last like 5 years. I'm not sure. Anyone out there who knows the accurate information, please feel um, welcome to call and provide it for us. But the point is, the modulars that they have, the seventh and eighth graders in at Eulalie Rivera, have problems. Okay, I believe one of them is even closed off because of the mold situation. So the thing is, Woodson School has a very active sports team. It has boys and girls basketball, boys and girls volleyball, boys and girls soccer. Okay, Eulalie Rivera does not have a sports facility. Okay, and really, yes, they got all that land there in the back that they would have to manicure in order to establish an acceptable, let me say, soccer field. That's my opinion. Okay, but there's not an acceptable basketball, no volleyball court, right? Not at all. And there's no gym. Okay, and as I pointed out before, there's no auditorium. Um, Basically, really, they would have to definitely do lunch in shifts if they were to go there because they can't accommodate in in one sitting. Okay, um, so the thing is, I understand that the educators of Woodson want to remain at Woodson. Supposedly, there's one particular area that is closed off, and I think would remain closed off. And according to them, if that remains closed off, the rest of the school of the facility is acceptable for their usage. Okay, but at any rate, still, my point is, don't take the chance to go back in August, and then by October you got a problem and you got to come out. Okay, when you have a brand new facility available. Okay, that's my point. Good afternoon and welcome.
Mary, I was going to ask you something, but let me say it as I see it. And the fact that you, Mary Moorhead, wanted to get back on the board of education and continue to be active with regard to education in the public school system, is it because of your love for the children? I I say that freely. I don't think that I've misspoke. I don't know what other reason you would do it, but you don't make no money from it. That's even education making up to $300,000 and doing nothing.
No, I don't. And if let me interrupt you 1 minute because you just hit a sore note with me because I just this past yesterday, had to go and pay my income tax.
Okay.
Okay. Now here's the problem I have, that I am paying a high income tax. I mean several thousands, because the Department of Finance gives us a just advance when we go to the conferences that include payment for hotel,
Right.
transportation, and I forget what the other thing is. But what happened is they put this in a 1099, and it is charging me like income.
But why did they do that? It wasn't done like that in the past.
Hello, I don't know. When I first got on this board, I challenged it. Okay. And it took them the whole term, the whole of my first term, before they got it corrected. And by then, the income tax had even increased because, fine IRB that said they ain't got to do with what finance ain't do right. So therefore they was charging me interest on the income tax that was outstanding while I was waiting for finance to correct the situation. So I give it up and I just leave it alone. But I just want to let you know that as a member of the board, I am losing money.
Well, of course, that's why I said. I mean, like I said, I have 28 years and 7 months. The most I traveled was when I was executive director of the Housing Authority, federal money paid by HUD, because I had to be at least once a month. I had to go before HUD or the Housing Committee of the Congress to look for federal money for new housing. So of course I travel a lot, and I never get nothing of 1099. Oh, what is this? This is something new.
Hey, that's what happening. And so that's, yes, I had to go and pay some 3,000 something in income taxes. So and this is why when people talk, and the governor especially talk about his tax refund, I say I don't know. That is something I have not seen since my children passed 18. Okay. But at least I wasn't paying taxes, any taxes. I was just coming, breaking in. But now on the board, I am paying taxes.
Wow.
Okay. But let me tell you one other thing, because you asked a question. It is the reason I decided to be a member of the Board of Education is because in my 30 years of being an educator, I have seen that education makes the difference in the lives of people. And I also have seen that education is important for the growth and development of our people. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If that is important, then we have to provide the quality education, which I did not see happening. And that is why I decided to be a member of the board to see what I could do in making that happen. But I will say for you and everyone else, it's not happening because the majority of the members of the board are not committed to a quality education.
I understand that clearly. This is what I want to say. You doing this because of what you hope to see happen. But I'm sure somewhere in the annals of your mind, you're saying, I know things will happen because ain't everybody is thinking like me. Some people don't want it to happen. They don't want it to happen. You see what I'm saying?
Well, this is why every year I tell them, our listening audience, to please, 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 you run for the boards of election, boards of education, and make a change. Make a change. Because what we have now is people, members on both those boards, who sit there to support the administration instead of to check the administration.
Right.
Okay?
But look at it this way. A lot of people, including yourself, said the guy that said come home for what? And you have corrected me. Yes, I as a native would want to come home. And as far as said to hell, Jesus was given a paper. He must come home. Well, everybody else make a tank a load of money. I must just help. Fine. Since that's all you want from me, really doesn't work for nothing, maybe I'll consider and do that. However, I am a person like this. And I said it again to Carl Knight. I told him this to his face. I know, don't tell me it's no board or whopper. It's the governor said your salary at $500,000. And you know why he said it at that. But Carl, if that was me, I was going to refuse the salary. And people say, oh, yeah, that's too many, man. You must have money. Yes, I got money because I work for it. But my point is this. The job is not a $500,000 job. If it is, then keep the budget like them half and not half.
And the institution can't afford it. The institution can't afford it.
Well, apparently he feels it can because he accepted it.
Yeah, well, I hear you.
I would have refused it. And the thing is this, it was an increase of $250,000, you know. That he went from a $250,000 of civil engineer position to the executive director, CEO of WAPA, to $500,000, $500,000. So you get a $250,000 raise. Some people never got 25 cents.
But and I agree with you that the Carl Knight should at least have said leave it at what it is, because hello, for the whole past year the governor has been subsidizing WAPA. So how can you say that you can afford to increase somebody's salary so much? I mean, you know, it's ridiculous.
You know, but the thing is this, Peggy, sometimes when some people speak and say certain things, maybe sometimes it's just sometimes myself, they see me as complaining. But you don't think they say that shut him out. Well, let me tell you something. The siders who run our plant a million times the size of WAPA don't make $500,000 salary. So what is he making that for? To do what? But this is how we don't behave, because we feel emboldened and entitled. My name is Carl Knight. I deserve that kind of money. Please. I mean, I'm telling you this. I don't know. The questions I don't have to answer. Being a native living on the mainland. Nobody from back home has to answer them. Not even the governor. Because I tell some of them to call the governor and give them a direct phone number, and when he sees from things that he don't answer them. He don't answer me either.
Well, I am hoping that when the new administration, all this will be assessed and analyzed before we proceed, because it's not just that salary. There are a whole lot of other salaries that have gone out of whack for, you know, the place that we are, and we don't realize that when they give all them salary, that's what the groceries and things then raise up their prices based on them salary that they get in.
Well, you say exactly what I mentioned slightly a while ago. The fact the governor knew what he was doing. He set a benchmark of $500,000 salary for this one person. But you know what? People in the government with more degrees, double masters, Carl only got a bachelor's of science degree, double masters and PhD, and now demanding more money. And now you're telling me you can give it to them.
Well, to tell,
What is God doing to fund this money?
but it makes no sense, because really our government is creating our own what you would call it, poorhouse.
Thank you.
Okay? They are creating the poorhouse because every time you take these certain group of people and raise the salary, all you're doing is making the cost of living ridiculous and increasing
Well,
the poverty line.
but Peggy, you know what people would say to me and you for saying that? But then I better shut up. I gonna make mine. I gonna make mine.
Well,
What the fuck you don't mind?
all I to tell them is I have lived and seen enough to know that sometime when you make yours and you ain't make it right, you does end up got to spend it how you ain't want to spend it.
But Peggy, that's the thing. I know some people who work for the government making a tanta load of money and don't have a house of their own. What you do with all this money? Give me a prop. What are you making it to do?
Well,
I mean, you run several women. Yes, some women take money. You drink a lot. Yes, that takes money. I don't see them wearing no better clothes than me. What do you do with all this money? But I only hope that they're paying taxes and that's full of them. And the governor getting in between IRB and then to show a smaller salary for the tax
well, but
purposes.
but
And I
the thing is,
understand that that's going on too.
what you need to look at too, and I'm saying this for the listening audience, is we got people who want to be in certain positions and they've never owned one business, not even a vendor license
Oh,
in the life. They never ever own a business like that. The only thing they own a car.
uh, Peggy,
Okay?
I've been in a family corporation from the time I was 16 years old. Okay? And I'm still an officer, general manager, well, it's secretary treasurer, general manager, several businesses all across the Caribbean. Okay? But, you know, so that I could afford to stay in the government. I mean, in out of government. I have never made no money in the government. My highest salary in the government, I think when I was in Wapper, it approached 60,000. When I went on to what a housing authority, at that time it was 45,000. Well, the senators were 25,000. Then I went up to
Well,
65,000.
I am saying that, Mr. Nims, because I am trying to hear that the audience in this upcoming election elect people who at least owned one business in their lifetime. Because Mr.
You're
Nims,
correct.
how I am not going to vote for you to run the entire territory budget and you never in life own anything, never run anything that was other than what you did in the government. Because we got too many people like that. The only thing they have managed is under a government job.
Very, you know that list, what it was, is it 21 people on this list running for the governorship
Oh,
between 16
I
and
don't.
20?
No, I don't think that's
Yeah.
accurate. That's people just making stupid as well, this man. Because
Yeah, but
the
then it was,
majority of them ain't even got second a lieutenant governor. That's just making stupidness.
but they shouldn't be making stupid. They're
I
making a
agree.
mockery
I agree.
out of the highest
I
office in the
agree.
land
I
of
agree.
a government that's in trouble.
Okay, and the people, and it is shameful to see that the people who are circulating them stupid lists used to be or claim to still be some position in the Democratic Party.
Where else? But then you see, they're doing this because there's going to be something in it for them. For them. Not the people, for them.
Well, I'm
They're
understanding
going to get
now, and
something.
I'm waiting for clarification because I'm understanding now that the Attorney General wrote some opinion that give them the right to have the government do their primary still. And my position is, if I paying $3,000 plus in taxes, and you using my taxes to have your party primary, I showing up to vote. I am not a registered Democrat, but you using my money, that's taxation with our I showing up to vote.
But you see, again, you're talking about who is the Attorney General. It is clear with a primary, this party primary. The one I on the board was on the board, that's why you used to say, maybe they take out the name party now and just say primary.
But people, voters need, we as people need to goddamn understand. Okay? These are the people who dominate the positions every 2 years, but yet they ain't capable of doing their own primary. You ain't seeing something wrong with that?
But it continues because the people allow it to happen. One person, you, Mario, five, four, and a couple of us is not enough. Peggy, I went to a board of, what they call it, school, PTA, or whatever they call it, meeting the other night in West Palm Beach. People like standing room only, and they have to have police there because some of the parents and attendees will get out of hand and want to pass them off the target bench. Okay? I mean, Peggy, this is one thing. You see, that's why I like to write, because I don't write too much. You have writing, I love to write. And I said when this AI thing came up, we're not overstanding our expenses. It is. And you know, one section thing, if you want to do AI, you gotta go from A to Z. And it is very costly. Peggy, there's a university here in West Palm Beach that's giving a course in artificial intelligence. It's $150,000 for the course.
Mm.
I mean, I want to speak to the head thing and okay, sound good. Yeah, it sounds good. Sounds good. I don't know. They tell me about digital age. They got a talk show, the cover time about digital age, and people like you and me who afraid. Tell them we're afraid of it. We are funny dirty. We old. We old funny dirty.
I ain't afraid of thing.
Well, I want to invite her to my office. I have a condo office in West Palm Beach. I got one in Houston. The amount of gadgets they have it there. Do I know to put out them? No. I got staff to do that. Why need to do that? My thing is to make money. Not to be on a thing by asking and a thing and a keyboard all day. I have no time for that. But them and those who promote it, chopping it like that's all they have to do. They work in government for so much a year, they claim to be retired, but doing what? Living in your mother's house till now. I should be ashamed of ourselves. But who am I? But I'm going by saying this thing. And I don't know if it ever happens to you. I pray it doesn't. Have a governor ever asked you to change your political registration?
No, but let's say somebody close to the governor had offered me that I could get a promotion to whatever position I wanted. Now they didn't say the other part, but it wasn't a matter of registration. It was a matter of I know because I have been all my life, and that's why I tell people that I don't understand folks now who are in the classroom and talking about they can't say this, they can't say that, because I was in the classroom for 30 years. Okay? I applied 3 different times for promotion, was highly qualified for the promotion, and the most qualified, but because of my political position and my family name, because I paid the price for my oldest brother Raymond, I paid the price for my youngest brother Alexander. You know, but I stood my ground, and my thing was I was quite comfortable as long as I had a job with a salary, no problem. I stayed in the classroom. I just told them thanks, but no thanks. I don't need the promotion because I know it meant if I took the promotion that I would have to make sure to guard my comments from then on.
All right. But you see, Peggy, therein lies the problem. I'll say, not for the last time, I'm going to have to continue to say it. I know former Governor Alexander Fairley for a long time. I respect him highly for his acumen and his stewardship as a jurist, an August jurist, a lawyer and attorney of the highest order. But I lost all respect for him when he called me one day. And he goes, tell me, okay, yeah. It's okay, because that boy, the boy, them, the lieutenant, them, they say, you guys, you shouldn't be in a high position at the housing authority. I say, Anna, he said, well, I want to ask you to go home. I know why that. Not how much of us do it. You get on your knees and beg. He said, no, if at least change your registration to Democrat of ICM, and then ask me. So he packed up my briefcase, I went up and blasted business. I mean, what are we doing with the highest man? We got some natives coming behind me a million times smarter than me. And they go stay around to put up with no Pratt or no Albert Bryan, no dominant Democratic Party. They're not going to stay.
Well, that promotion offer I'm talking about did happen in that same administration, and that was because I was vocal at the time. I saw the abuse that they were using the insurance from the hurricane, but not to apply to the schools in St. Croix. Everything was being shifted to the St. Thomas district, and
But why? Like that means to spend the money. What is this?
yeah, you had a man that was doing the assessment. He came to Central High School. I was there. I remember him clearly. A little short fellow with a ponytail. And I'm telling him the problem with the roof. And telling him, get a lie. He tell me he don't go and ladder. I said, so I tell him, well, how you going to see the problem on the roof? He said, he don't go and ladder.
Well, Starlight told me something as much. When I told him that the position that I had as chief engineer, transmission and distribution system, we used to repair and recalibrate meters and return them to service, repair and return transformers to service, repair and return reclosers and all substation equipment to service. We don't do that. But you pick them down. I see some, they got some transformers, it's almost 1 million miles high in the air. We just buy new ones. And say, oh, so we have 1 million funds to buy new ones. I mean, these are the people that are in leadership position. But you see, they have kissed the ring. And I ain't kissing nobody's ring. I ain't kissing the same leader. So I guess I will have to say, oh, I am sorry. I am still out of the budget now, but I'm not totally out. That I just work for large engineering companies as a subcontractor. But I tell them because it came out the other day, somebody asked me, why they looking for your name? Person doing business in the budget, why they keep asking me, for what company you work for? I just should ask them. They're not going to see my name there. I gonna make my money, but you ain't gonna see my name. And I ain't gonna pay taxes in the Virgin Islands. We must stop it. We're running our children away, and then we ask them, oh, why are you going away, sir? You going away, sir? Hey, I don't know, Peggy. I don't know. Seriously, I am scared. If the next administration, 8 years, and this thing continue, and they say what is 20,000 people left the Virgin Islands, of course, because of COVID, and then for the Maria, the two hurricanes. But some of them don't want to come back. I see them and talk with them every day, and they ask me the same thing. Come back to Bengal with that, with the politics, and I got to hit somebody behind to get a job. So we better be careful of what it is we're looking for. Then here you are again.
Okay, take care.
Yeah.
Yes, folks. That was a bit of recollection from that caller. We all know, and we have to be upfront about it, that politics, you know, wrongly so, but politics controls progress in this place. And I say wrongly so because it shouldn't be that way. It should not be the matter of what your registration is or what your so who you support as to whether or not your comments, your ideas, your participation must depend on. No, not at all. But that is the way it has been, and it escalated on steroids really once we got to the Young administration, and it's gotten even worse now with the Bryan one. Good afternoon and welcome. Hello, hello, you're on the air. Good day. Um, I guess I don't know if something is wrong with the connection. 7730390, the 7730490 with area code 340. The lines are available, and you are welcome to join in the conversation and put in your part. As I was saying, politics is gotten to be too dominant, really, where government is concerned in the Virgin Islands. As I said, to my opinion, it got on steroids when we elected the young Francis administration, because it got to the point where you had people uh, telling the governor who wasn't supporting, and the governor in his wrongness, getting rid of people because they were not supportive. That shouldn't be. That shouldn't be a time. Hello, good afternoon.
I'm using a voice assistant to convert your voice to text and respond to you.
Hello.
If you want to continue, please stay on the
What
phone.
is this? I know what it's about. I don't know what's going on with these four now. But that was a recording, that was my caller. I don't know what's going on. But at any rate, now when they come out and left field, some of the thing make me forget what I was saying. Um, yeah, I remember. No, yeah, it gotten to the point where yes, you're land blasted, criticized, even suspended or whatever, or threatened when you take a position that is not favorable to administration. Hello, this we are under we are United States territory under the US Constitution. Freedom of speech. That is not supposed to be. And that is why I say, and it is we as a people who allow these leaders, so-called leaders, to take this advantage, because we sort of relinquish our rights to them. And that is what I see happen when, for instance, I visit a public school facility and someone is afraid to be seen speaking to me, or is wants to be careful and telling me, don't say who said and all this kind of bit, because they're intimidated by the people in charge. Hello, when I encounter folks of that, I tell them, one, as soon as possible, go get a copy of your contract and read it. Read every single page, because you have no idea of your rights. Okay? Um, you are free to have an opinion, you're free to criticize, you're free to do whatever, as long as you perform your job to the best of your ability. That's the number one thing. Perform your job to the best of your ability. Once you're doing that, there is nobody who can or should be threatening you, and there is no way that you should be afraid of anyone. Okay? Because when I was still working, and folks would come to me with a grievance, and the first thing I used to ask them, are you doing your work? Are you performing your job in accordance with your contract? Because if you're not doing your work well, I am not defending whatever grievance you have to come with. You got to get yourself straight first. Okay? But we need to understand something, and I saw that the other day. Do you recall that? And it's happened here in St. Croix too, but the other day in St. Thomas, there was some job action with at the school with some of the teachers. Okay. Here's the problem I have, folks. The teachers have a union, and the administrators have a union, and really, their um, items overlap insofar as their consideration and concern with the quality of facilities and the quality of performance. So don't tell me that teachers could have a problem with the facilities, but the administration, they're going to just sit there and say nothing. Okay? That's cowards. Okay? We have, and I am ashamed to say it, but we have a bunch of spineless educators in this public school system nowadays. And I am talking educators and administrators. Okay? If they had more spine, a lot of the facilities would not be to the extent of the conditions that they are presently. They allow them to get to that condition. Okay? Because you have administrators who are comfortable because they could go in a room where the AC is always working. There's the most comfortable chair that they have there that they can sit to, and hey, everything good for them. Okay? But there's conditions that is impeding and impacting the work of the teachers, impacting the learning of the children, and they don't file a grievance. An administrator can file a grievance. But tell me if you know of an administrator who has filed a grievance for a school. They don't, because everybody just quite comfortable and just going along to get along. All they know is they have a little cushy job, they have a position, they have power, they could tell people when to come, when to go, what to do, what not to do. and they're up in six figures. Most of them are. Okay? And so they just going along, trying to get. Now the goal is, it seems like with most people, is to get to year 40 so that they could go home with 100% in pension GRS. Okay, that's what the goal is. And we're moving people one after the other out of the classroom, up in the administration position, regardless of the fact that you don't have anybody to replace that opening that you left in the classroom. Now tell me if that makes sense, that you're going to promote somebody, okay, take them out of the classroom, and you don't have a replacement. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I'm against promotion. I'm saying I'm against a promotion that leaves a vacancy in a classroom, which is what is happening. Okay? When you get the replacement for the classroom, then you do the promotion. But if you ain't got a replacement for the classroom, hello, this is why, folks, we have 5 and 6 paraprofessionals in schools teaching. That's a serious violation. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what you parents are doing, because you know it going on. Paras are not supposed to make lesson plans. Paras are not supposed to make grades. All this going on. I don't know, and this is why I don't want to seem like just swipe a negative brush across public school education, but the point is, it's going from bad to worse, people, and I am concerned because I don't see the activity. I don't see the movement to stop the decline. I don't see it. And it concerns me. As I told the caller, I am here because I have taken care of myself. I hope to live to make that 3 digit, the 100. You understand? And but the point is, it makes no sense to get there if the environment is not accommodating. And by accommodating, I mean that we have a government, a community of properly educated people to provide the services in the different areas that are needed for the growth and development of a country. That's what is important. And I don't see it happening. And I don't know why, but these young people, and by young as I refer to them in 30s and 40s, don't seem to care. They're too much about the social media. Anyone out there who knows how to get them interested in the quality of education, please, please, please do what you can. Okay? If you need a public mic in order to help with it, hey, hit me up with a text. I'll provide it any Wednesday or Tuesday because I can also um, control my brother's show on Tuesdays. But hit me up with a text, 340-277-7485. I say it again, 340-277-7485. 877 7485. If you know a way for us to turn this community towards the value and importance of quality public education, you can come sit with me any Wednesday, okay? And let's project it, let's present it, and let's get people involved because our children are suffering. Naturally, it's not the majority, you know, but it is a good segment of them that are suffering, that are not up to standard. Okay? When I visit an eighth grade class and walk around and look at what eighth graders are writing, folks, social media, the telephone, the iPhone, the texting is killing us. It is killing us. Our children can't write. Okay? They cannot write. Parents, I keep coming back to you because you're the ones to make the difference. You're the ones to make the difference on an individual basis because each parent is responsible for their own children. Okay. There are resources that you can get in any bookstore or whatever to help you help your child. And I say that because the problem is we have children who have problems with handwriting. Okay? You might think that's not a big thing out. But what happens the day that they got to give their signature? Everybody has to one time or another give a signature. So you got to be able to write. And everybody at one time or another have to write some kind of a note. Okay? Writing, handwriting is essential, is important. Okay? So, and there are books, activity books that you can find at oh sorry, forgive, I can't give the business's name. But there are businesses that have those little books that you can get for your child, regardless of the age, regardless of the grade. Hello, if they can't write, if they're in high school and they can't write, get on it. They need to learn to write. Okay. The scores of math are off the chart, terrible, right? Every place we go, they want to say, well, the English looking a little better, but the math is absolutely terrible. Here's my position. I like that. The English and the math. Okay? The bad. Yeah. But I keep on saying, and I must say, I did see some of that in some of the schools. When I'm talking about the times table, yes. Some of the teachers are going back to basics, having the children memorize the times table. Kudos to them. I applaud them. I individual, and I had the chance said, you know, I see you doing the times table. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Parents, please. The times table is going to help your child. So regardless again of the age, regardless of the grade, every child has the ability to memorize the times table. And again, that resource is available. They still got a few of them copybooks that got the times table right on the back or on the in the inside of it. So go get it. Okay, make it uh, make it a game. When you're driving to school, you're driving from school. Hey, you know, have the child repeat a particular number. Okay, times table for number six, times table for number four, whatever. Okay, and do some little small reward situation. Okay, if they got candy bar they like or whatever, and you don't necessarily like buying candies, if they got it right, you reward them with a candy. Now, hello, don't criticize me because I am promoting candy. Okay, it's still up to you, the parent, to decide what is done and what isn't done. Okay. Um, Folks, I don't know who it is that is trying to call me on my phone, but please, I'm pointing out to you that I am not available. Give me a call on the station, 340 277 7485. Okay? Let's discuss it here on air, whatever the concern might happen to be. Right? 340-277-7485, because I cannot and will not be taking the call on my phone. Right? Now, folks, as I said, the school have problems. Right? And here's my concern. One, I know we ain't got the money to fix all the repair or maintenance problems that I have seen at the different schools as I visited. And even if you prioritize, and when I say prioritize, because all of them, all the facilities have problems, but we need to make the list and make the list of to put prioritize those things that would impact instruction or impact learning, and let those be the priority for being to be addressed, to be repaired, to be corrected, whatever. Okay. But even with that, I would think that probably we ain't going to have the finances. Okay. But here's the thing: if we would stop with all this contract here, contract there, I mean, you need a contract to hang a door. That is ridiculous. Okay. And as I've said before, and I would say it again, I saw years ago that the whole situation of the CTEC, the industrial article, that's what it was referred to in those days, that the industrial shop section of the high schools and the junior high no longer were permitted to make small corrections or adjustments in the facilities that they could do. Okay. Because the administration, our politics got even worse. And they figured out that a legal way, okay, above board way to reward supporters, particularly those who had businesses, was to give them contracts to do the work. So that's what happened. So now it's gone to the point where absolutely nothing gets done in government no more unless it's done by a contract. Okay? Which slows down the ability to correct anything, which makes it expensive to do anything because hey, the contractors they come in, low bid, then what happened? Change order. Okay. And I mean, it's so stupid. And why is it stupid? Because it's like they don't think we see the game they're playing. Okay. The deceitfulness, the corruption that they're doing. I see it. Okay. But as I said, if we would get away from contract for this and contract for that, we could possibly get some assistance from people in getting things done. Good afternoon and welcome.
Well, you're talking about a subject there that is going to create problems for a lot of folks in government. Well, as a matter of fact, it already has created a problem for the governor.
What exactly are you referring to? Because
Well, what is this? Is this thing about contracts?
oh, okay.
I mean, I don't understand the governor. I mean, it's like he is saying, whatever I do, don't criticize it. Now he started to fight CNN. That CNN to unload some files of which he and Epstein were back and forth in text messages about getting a contract approved that DPNR had told Epstein that he needed to do X, Y, and Z. So he went to the governor. Remember, the governor now, as chairman of the Economic Development Board, that gave this man with the approval and co-signing of his attorney, or what she was at the time, she was an attorney for the EDC, yes, Stacey, the delegate to the House, a representative. So the two of them gave away half a billion dollars, almost $400 million of tax exemption. So of course, you become Epstein's friend, so who you gonna call but you? So he called you. And because the files, and a lot of people I don't know if it's taken time to understand. Why did Epstein have a full staff to be taking pictures and names and voice message and every Jesus thing? Why was he doing this? I mean, thousands of files. Some people say to make a movie. I know there's going to be a movie on it. Just understand making it already. But the thing is this, I mean, a little far in this game, don't know these people do these things. And going to start in and giving this man and these people let your cup. As the old people are saying. The same thing with the boy, Calvert White. And now, your man, you see father done in trouble with them. What the devil he got in that box for $15,000? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. But sometimes we just the people set us up. So we set up ourselves. Because if you go on a job and your job is to pay the school, that's all you're getting paid back. And not to go behind the school building and open your hand or somebody will drop a brown bag on the ground and you pick it up. And all of them are going to say, your hand of it, yes, with the amount of folk that's going to get this. It gets so bad that a fellow tells me, I wish they could call your name. I say, well, if I do that, because remember now, the devil have a friend. And if I talking bad about the governor, not bad about him personally, but what he's doing or not doing, and he can get somebody to come up with some AI thing showing me right there in that feedback. Because he's doing it. So yes, it's going to happen, but I'm not afraid, you see. But you talk about public works. I mean, when I tell people stay inside, and I tell them to for themselves, one of them said they were going on vacation, they went to public works office in St. Thomas, a big bumper building, and I'm staying in the commissioner and secretary. Of course, these bidders was attending. If Dover had a problem with some lights, we go down there and we fix that too. And in the summer, we walked along with the skeleton crew that Rudy Slack, God rest him, he passed there the other day. He was the maintenance man of education. Skeleton crew was 3 to 4 men. So they were glad to get help from maybe 50 of us out of electrical and plumbing class, you know, and carpentry. But that don't happen no more. Everything is a contract. Give a contract to them. There are people that are employed by the government and they're doing construction work for the government. I don't know. It's not a laughing matter, but I don't know what else to do. I'll have to cry then if I can't laugh.
But I think I don't see anything happening if they don't correct it. This bureau of business that they created, and I remember I did tell Fred Gregory's office at the time when they were drafting it that it was a mistake to be putting it under the governor's office. My position, and I told her that was it should go, if any place, it should go under the Department of Public Works.
Exactly.
But I was told that I couldn't go there because the commissioner didn't want it. That's what I was told. Okay.
But the commissioner don't know that it's the government that's responsible for public buildings. You don't know that.
But here is my position. Why is it that you as a senator would take one commissioner tell you when you know better?
Well, maybe they don't know.
So you kill the whole project, make the damn thing ineffective by putting it under the governor's office. The governor don't know the next yard plan thing. I mean, what does the governor know about maintenance and repair?
He doesn't know anything, but it's to keep an eye on the money that's going to be coming back to him. I bet you he could cut money though.
But the money is located under the Department of Education.
Yes.
And that is part of the problem because the Bureau cannot do the work because the governor have to authorize for the Commissioner of Education to formalize or to accept the job, wherever it is, to then turn finance to release the money.
So then, what is happening then?
And what happened then is you're talking 2-3 months for that to happen.
Right. So then the governor is off to Ghana with the first lady. And the head of the bureau wants to pick up to $44 for $9. She got to try to find the governor to authorize it.
Because
we got a lot of progress.
Hey, well,
I don't know. You see,
So,
I like to write, and like I said, I tried to talk with the gentleman that got the job as the head of the whatever his position title is. And I said from before, I don't know the gentleman, but I do not doubt his capability. I said that without even knowing him. Because if to take that job, you got to know it entails all trades and craft, carpentry, plumbing, electricity, roofing, windows. I mean, it includes everything. You better know what it is you're doing. However, I tried to reach him, and maybe I was told that he didn't want to talk to me. He was dodging me. Anyway, I sent a message to him and tell him, I said, brother man, let me tell you something. If you don't have full control of that department, you got to go back to Commissioner of Education and or the governor to sign a document for you. You better don't take that job. That begging the governor to sign it. I mean, where are we going? What are we doing?
Well,
Once again, you do those things to have control.
well, as
The
I
control
see,
is not the person.
as I see, the 37th legislature, if they want to do something, need to revise that legislation and put that bureau and to change up the whole bureau formation. And if it must go any place, like I said, put it under public works.
And you're right. And if the commissioner of public works will say again he don't want it, then he got to hold.
No, well, they shouldn't even ask you nothing. Yeah, that's my point. Why was the commissioner asked anything? Because the point is, I'm putting this over here. You got engineers, whatever. You got laborers. You got where Hello, once it's there, you supposed to support and assist. Me not asking you nothing. Why should I ask you if you would agree with it?
But you see, Peggy, that's how things have changed in the government. I recall, particularly when I was in local housing, the legislature would meet. Next thing I either got a call or something and write and tell me additional duties is to do X, Y, stuff. Different duties than what's already codified. And one of them that I remember very clearly. Now, property and procurement. You heard the name property and procurement are the ones, the department that buys catalogs and have an inventory of government property. But when I was acting commissioner for a short time, I received word that I have to go buy a piece of property called Fortuna 3C. And my first question was, well, what that has? You know money in the budget? You know how much I have to for that property? Acres of property, if I got money in budget. So they finally gave me the money and I bought it. I was able to build some homes on it. But these are the things that they do. I don't know why they do these things. I don't know. It defies logic. It defies common sense. But then again, I continue to be told common sense is no longer common. Becky, I don't know. I truly don't know. There must be a full and complete change of ideas and the way business is done. And I say business because a lot of people don't see the government as a business. It is a big business, thousands of employees. But if you want to treat it like there's a 5-cent candy shop, well, that's the result they will get from it. So I really don't know. I see the Tantalona, Lizard, and them will say they want me governor and governess and all that thing. I don't know. I wish them well. All I can tell them is, well, me not tell them they nothing. I know when I do work for any contracting company or engineering company stateside, my only dealing is with them. And I tell them I want my money now, so you don't come back and tell me the governor is signing it, or he went on a trip to Jamaica or this and that. You make sure I get my money. I 30 days net. That's my thing. 30 days. Who could afford for the government to hold up for years? That's their business. But let me go by asking you this. Because you see, when you told me about the taxes that not get paid, what about the retroactive money that you and other states didn't get? Are you all getting interest on that money?
Nope.
What? Well, okay then. So then I suspect that there's going to be a class action suit.
Well, that is the problem here. Ain't got no attorney with that.
Peggy, I could give you an attorney. I think I tell you his name already. The government don't like him because he win cases against the government. He won 3 cases for me against the government. The name of the company is J. Wise and Associates, Jeffrey Wise and his wife, Raw. This area made name, RPA. He will take the case, I will tell you, because he is so mad with the foolishness
Roy. Thank
Yeah,
you.
okay. Right.
Right. Yes, folks. We're coming, and I, as I said with this thing with the bureau, and I truly do believe that legislation needs to be um, reviewed. Yes, it's not that old, but hello, when something isn't working, you got to address it right away. And this whole makeup of the Bureau of Construction and Maintenance is not properly done. So I'm hoping that someone in the because it's not going to get done now. I don't not with these. So hopefully, someone in the 37th legislature will see it fit as to what adjustments need to be made, and even insofar as where the office is located, because I said right now it's under the office of the governor, which makes no sense to me, absolutely none. Okay, the governor can't advise, can't support, can't do nothing where maintenance, repair, and construction is concerned. He has no expertise in none of the area. Okay, the thing should be under the Department of Public Works, which not only has the expertise but has the resources to help the Bureau perform. Okay? And I do hope, as I said, that somebody will look at that bill, that act, and correct the wrong. Correct the wrong. Okay? So that things can get done in these schools, because yes, we're losing students are going to the States. Parents are sending their children away to relatives on the mainland uh, to be educated, and I don't blame them. And then you have educators who are leaving, and I keep telling the department, you know, it's it's a salary, yes. That's been all the time. Okay, always been problem. The low pay for teachers. But other than that, there are those of us who have uh, gone along and do our work as long as the working conditions are acceptable. But we've gotten to the point where, hello, I don't blame none of these teachers going home as soon as they hit their retirement requirements, because the place really, some of them is like nasty. Okay, I understand that there are some schools now that don't even have a teacher's lounge. Okay, which is something we always had. There was always a place, a room that had a refrigerator along with some other things that you could go and sit at the table, chair, do your work on prep period, correct papers or whatever, or just sit there and take a nap if you needed to do that, meditate or whatever. How can you have a school that doesn't have a teacher's lounge, man? Hey, then you just really just don't care. You really just don't care. Okay? And teachers sense that, students sense that, and all that factors in to their performance. Okay? You have to give people a decent place to work, okay? A safe place to work. I have seen classrooms that are just a confusing mess. And I even because the big thing now with classrooms is that they're developing is what they call classroom libraries. Okay, why? Because you have schools like, for instance, Claro Marco, okay, that have ton of books that they even got a trailer, a container in the back of the school that they're storing the extra books because as large a space as they have no shelves. Okay, and this is going on 2 years now that I asked certain senator, okay, about helping to get shelves for the Claro Marco Library. And his answer was, yeah, man, I know exactly where I could go and get. Well, they're still waiting for the shelves. All they have are the shelves that line the perimeter, the wall side. But other than that, there's no shelving to go in the middle of the room. All they have is whatever shelving exists along the walls. So, therefore, there is actually not a library that the children can go to because it ain't set up. Can't set up. Don't have the equipment to set up. Don't have the shelving to set up. And so what did the department say now? Classroom library. Now it hardly got space for the books that they need to keep in the classroom that the children are using, workbooks or what textbooks, whatever. But they want space now for classroom library. And I'm asking, why you need a class? When are these children going to use that library? When they're in the classroom, they're supposed to be learning. So how are you going to have a library in the classroom? So then what you're telling me, the teacher is going to stop the instruction so the children could use the library? No, that don't make sense to me. Okay? That don't make sense to me at all. Just let the children make use of the school library. Okay? We have schools where beautiful library set up. What happened? Can't use it. Why? Because some subject matter have to move out of their classroom because of mold or whatever. So the class is being held in the library, so the library is not available for use. All kind of excuses, people. That's what's going on in the schools. And the parents know it. I ain't doing nothing. I am so sick and tired of the spineless educators, the spineless administrators, the spineless parents. And when these children get in trouble, whether in school or outside of school, everybody ready to jump on them. Why you ain't taking care of them? You're not providing for them. You're not fighting for them. When that happens, I am sure we will see a difference because that's how it used to be. Okay? Children performed. They knew that they had parents and teachers who were advocating on their behalf for what they needed, and they showed their appreciation in their performance. Okay, that's why we had schools that had top of the line in all kind of quiz bowl, whether it was the law, youth court, and the social studies, quiz bowl, whatever. They performed. But now nobody fights for anything. And it's a shame. It's a downright shame. Folks, I hope and pray that it change, that people would find some kind of cojones. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yeah, but yes, I called you back so quick because I heard you talking about the same situation, but I was getting out my car because I'm going on a construction site to rebuilding some homes. Since we talk about homes, let me go to that subject. Several months ago, the governor was on TV and radio and wherever with a group of bankers where he talked about building homes for Virgin Islanders. And he quoted a figure of $400,000. And yes, their homes are much more expensive than that. But who is going to be able to afford them? Who the medium that I use is also the radio, leaves message with his secretary, whoever wants to take it, and ask him to reconsider that figure. Which Virgin Islanders, what salary are they making to afford $400,000 home?
Well, basically, though, wouldn't it be best for him to consult with the board of trustees for GRS to find out what would be their top in a mortgage application,
Yeah.
to then determine as to what the cost he would look for, he would go to try to get a home for.
Well, you're saying the common sense way approach that should be used.
Well,
But you're using a common sense. He feels because he did rubbish with some big bankers that will make it work.
but
I reminded the governor of HUD rules and regulations that clearly states no one should have to pay more than 30% of their gross income for dwelling. If you pay more than 30% of your monthly, bi-weekly pay, and some people are paying it, some people making not that pay $1,500 and more a month. I don't know where the devil is getting money from. But
no.
of course, we being resourceful people, I know some people got 3 jobs. They got a main job and 2 solid part-time jobs.
Yeah.
And some of them do work like plumbers. Let's say I be a plumber in the government.
Yeah.
I do private plumbing work. I make more money work in private. If I hold on to the government because of the holidays and the benefits and that type of thing.
Yeah, the health insurance and so.
Exactly. You see, but the thing that these people can't make more money and the money that have for themselves, they want them for themselves. They say they wait on you.
Yeah.
But I don't understand that the government they give everything. So bring it up to 300,000.
But if he did it with GRS, then that will help GRS because when people got mortgage, well then they wouldn't look to be leaving after 10 years.
Okay. I don't know, I am really sorry for my Aptolin. I got to know my Aptolin during the Young administration. I never worked for the Reagan administration. I did a lot of free work with him. And he had put me on the transition team. It was Absolute and myself as co-chairs of the committee on housing, to deal with the housing, all housing. And with that, she ended up with a position in the government. I got nothing, even though I was asked what I wanted, and I said I wanted a contract. At that time, it was $150,000 contract that Davy Jones and Roosevelt Davis and the Eastern Caribbean boys had. I want one stop. The governor told me that he wanted me to go back in the housing authority, that that's where I was good in bringing in millions of dollars to build, construct, and renovate, repair, and maintain housing. I said, Governor, I'm not going back behind nobody there. No, you're not away then. Wait. God never got a job, no problem. I ain't sit down on the corner. I pick up a job, I find other things to do. But the governor has to understand. You know, a lot of people keep saying, well, you know, they ain't got much federal money no more because Trump's been there, and what he gonna do from what he gonna do. Let me tell you something. I am a person that has dealt with federal funds all my life. And right now, I am dealing with it all the more with certain groups in West Palm Beach and Houston that's filling for the homeless and particularly veterans. And again, veterans are supposed to have first preference in the $40 for housing, and they're not getting it. I don't know how Mr. Parent got to do his job. First preference for housing and any government-sponsored program.
She does, that's what I want.
But,
All right.
you know, the thing is, for these homes we building, of course, we're not building no luxury home. It's a home that we call for first-time buyer. It's not speculative housing where you already got your house, but you want 2, 3 of these because it's low cost and you will rent them. No. It's got to be the only home that you go home. First-time home buyers. There's room for expansion. And you see what some of those people, even back home, in the two and Pavoni home, you see those additions, people make some of those stuff like Pennsylvania. You got to little bit by little bit, you know, they add on to the plan.
Yeah.
But you got a 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom. It's a modern home.
Yeah.
But he tell the story, he tell me what he can go less than $300,000 to buy the home for nobody. Well, then don't build them. The guys don't want to buy them. Then you're encouraging people to come from the outside to buy these homes.
But then maybe it's the design that he's looking at that making it so expensive. So maybe he need to go back to because like you see that home, those homes at Cyan Farm. I think y'all got some in St. Thomas, but I don't recall what area that is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, to do.
Yeah, that they were like poor concrete,
Yeah.
but like the slabs like or whatever, and those things. I mean, they have hurricanes haven't done them anything, and the same way people took and added on to them, and as I recall, I don't know what the price was, but they weren't that expensive. And even though I mean with times of change, cost of living, I still don't think it would be that expensive.
Listen, the thing is this, and you know Orlando as well as any one of us, and you know he was the master for as a senator and a leader for getting HUD and Fannie Mae and Jennie Mae to finance homes for low to moderate income people. And back then, we never go over $150,000 per home. 60, 75, 80, and you keep going up.
I think it's the design that probably the governor is looking at that they think, and plus to the space, because those Cyan Farm I don't know what the acreage was or whatever, but it's not that much. But it's still, it people like them.
Well, of course, I was involved with the Science Farm, mostly with the two side of it.
Yeah,
To,
yeah.
uh,
They
you know,
they added on porches, and they had space for driveway for the cars to be inside the property and all that. That is what for people most are concerned about. But when you spread it out too much, which is probably why he do it, why he going to the 400,000?
but the thing is this, I mean, you're smart, you're always reasoning and looking at what maybe was the cause, not the cause, the cause. And you're right. We can't build, the government cannot build elaborate homes for low to moderate income people. They cannot.
Exactly.
And that's what he has to understand.
Mm.
And when you mention that, it flies back in my head. One day an Abdul Ali show where I heard, there was Jules Larac, or one of the ladies that was beyond there with him, talking about the slow pace of building hospitals, and she said they on the phone and they just catch the hell with the governor. Because unbeknownst to them, he's going to architect and change it.
Yep, he micromanaging everything.
No, but he said, I don't call it for micromanage. Tell me you don't micromanage. That's what he told me.
He like.
But who wants to sing and say he's the best governor? That's you. You can say that all you want. I know what it's costing and who it's costing. Okay? The lot of moderate income. Becky, when I went to the housing authority back in 81, I think I stayed there for 3 years. I went in 1984. I left in 87. The waiting list was 6,000 people. We not only build homes, we rehabilitate and renovate hundreds that were sitting down from the former executive director. Okay. So when I left 3 years later, the waiting list had dropped to 3,000. I understand that it's now surpassed 6,000. And people say, well, there's no waiting because you only see people living in cars. You don't see that fit in the street. Who said so? Let me tell you something.
But we have so many designs to go back. I mean, people are talking about when you go and take things that happened before you're going backwards. No, you're not going backwards. You're looking at what worked. Eh? What worked and what people, because I mean, they to say that they leave all them Siam farmhouse, or they leave because they got next set a different design in Concordia, in Frederick said. You understand? Exactly. And all these were reasonable houses. Reasonable.
Maggie, let me finish tell you about the hospital. How in the name of God, you got a board that's dealing with the construction of the new hospital, and you're going behind the office every minute, change that. I mean, the lady and the showed that was raising hell. So I called and I said, you're afraid the governor get you on the board? She said, well, if you want to do that, fine, but I'm telling him he's wrong.
But they ain't telling we. But the thing is that they're not telling we publicly, which is what is necessary. They need to come out and tell the public. The public. This is why these things happen and will continue to happen, because you got a bunch of spineless people that don't want to tell the public what is going on.
Well, that Saturday, I guess she's going to hold it tomorrow. And she went off. And I called her after the show. And I said, okay, you are afraid to tell me. Be afraid to tell the world. Tell it to me. Now, she said what the governor is doing is probably good in a way if we had the money. The thing, he's not looking at a basic hospital. He wants to put in things and stuff that we probably would not need for 20 years.
But they say that they got every, but they say every blasted thing is glass, 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 which is supposedly is what they do to the new school too. That everything is glass.
You know what? You're not capturing the prevailing breezes. They have to have tons and tons of AC. They are like, I don't know. I don't know. So,
Well,
the people will have, the thing is that he don't realize or accept that he works for the people. That's the first thing.
yeah.
I am the governor and I will do the way I see it.
And he making it even more clear now. When he talk, I mean, I can't believe that these are the people who used to complain about MAP and how and MAP speech when MAP didn't disrespect the people. To talk the truth, to talk the bare truth is not disrespect. But when a man going to get up and tell you all kind of thing, and I want to basically tell you, you know, don't ask me nothing.
Well, exactly that. I told you just thing like somebody said this morning. He was telling this. You see, are you news people? Are you saying this? And I got to understand this. I is the governor.
Yeah.
Doing what governor? Doing what?
He following Trump character.
Well, thank you. That's it for come
Well, you see, I guess he done prepared because they say he built a house over there in St. Thomas. Well, lago because he take him behind over back to St. Thomas, Ohio.
Well, I'm trying to tell her, you know, the amount of lips I got that today from way back because I from St. Thomas. But are you left as a Domian, transform itself into a Crucian and kick the African upside down? How are you in Pudio?
Never mind, no. Let me tell you, if you're wrong, I will bet you anything. If you're wrong, when he come out of the government house, you're going to hear the tongue load of Crucian are going to give he a tongue lashing right in front of his face.
But why don't give it now?
Because, rightfully so, the people fear because the man does act like Trump. He would goddamn tell he fetching bodyguard to put him under arrest for assault or something. I wouldn't put it past him because the man is he's just gotten ridiculous.
Like you said, I'm smiling because I saw him in Washington D.C. the other day, and I was going to say that he looked at me and I looked at him, and I was going to ask him something. Whatever I see the bodyguard him stiffen up because he sees on me. I said, no, I said, leave that man alone before that fellow spots your head.
Yeah, well, when the bodyguard them is no longer around, wait you see.
Okay then. That's right. But you know, these people fail to realize and understand that they have to go back to a private life.
Well, hello. Are you Centomian got are your class business and type of life, so he could make do over there.
Oh, but let me ask a question though. As a former governor, you still have bodyguards for the rest of your life?
No. You ain't gonna.
But I guess you're gonna have a private bodyguard.
Well, I don't think he going to spend them couple of million that he make thieving from we and not private bodyguard. No, he ain't doing the bodyguard, Nobody ain't going to do him nothing, A tongue lashing, I said that's all they're going to give him. They ain't going to do nothing else, but they're going to give him a good tongue lashing.
But that's what happens when you tongue lashing, then you want to fight.
Well, hello. If he want to fight, when he want to fight, I hope he could fight.
Oh, fight one.
Okay.
Jokers. Okay. But you see the thing is that, so I don't know. Seriously, I cannot understand a person that would not take a government job, get elected, beg the people for their vote, and they give it to you, and then you turn them back and them reminding them that you're the governor.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. We don't see what we shall see.
Well,
God. Okay.
that's why we want to in the next half of the
We next half, you said.
yeah, the halfway you know. We want no part of him left in the place.
Listen, I had heard that you was asking who this man is that has been blistering here and the governor. So I sent a picture. I said, this is the 5'4" Baudrette. Okay? And I know you from BC, you're the retention. I have told me and Madam, be aware that me afraid of you and I'm afraid of Albert neither. There you go.
Well, yeah, you got to behave so you could get invited when they have the big shindigs and thing and they special. I understand they got some special area where all of them building.
A special what?
An area where all of them building and down and all of them building their place.
And now got some places that look like fortress, they look like jail. They ain't gonna put the sign on them and down.
Oh yeah.
They send me a drawing, they send me a picture of the place. I don't know. But the guy got $2 million building.
Well, I won't doubt on it because to tell you the truth, when I look at that parking lot there at the Cyril King Airport, they can build something with a little better design.
I don't know. But
I mean, you know, it could have been. What I'm saying is not that much solid wall concrete that you can't see from one part to the next.
that don't make no sense at all.
Yeah, I thought it would have been a little more appeasing to the eye if you could say at the airport and look across and still see the Port Authority building across the way.
All right.
You know, that I thought would have been a more attractive design, and you still got your space.
But he in with some Canadian group, and then tick, tick, tick.
Oh yeah.
These fellows pray, they pray. But you see, the easiest way to catch a thief, especially someone high in government that's spending a lot of money, and say, okay, you say you only make your salary 300,000, but you own millions and millions. You ain't want to know that. Well, where that money come from?
Mm,
You gotta be able to prove where the money come from.
I hear you.
So if you can't prove it, then the government has to get money. You know, the government.
No, you can't take it from. That's a new math.
Oh, okay. Well, let it go on. Everything new is what is lashing with our side. That all the good things that work and do the common sense, they fling them out the window and they want to take it out age and take it again and AI and this and this. Let it go on. Then find out update them for boys. My God.
All right, take care.
Okay.
Oh dear me. Yes, folks. That is our supportive caller, our regular caller, Mr. Nibs, up there on the mainland. I forget to ask him how the weather was like, you know, because I thought to say it was going to be some bad weather up that side. But I guess maybe not if he was talking about he was driving and then going to a construction site. I guess the weather is accommodating. Okay. So that's a good thing. I'm glad for them because they've been suffering some serious snowstorm and blizzard and thing blowing all through New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. That was absolutely ridiculous. And so hopefully it is calming down because we are to spring, okay, making our way quietly and slowly to upcoming summer. But folks, let's make sure we understand that well, there are things happening in the VI that we need to be aware of. Okay. Um, mm, Pretty soon, okay, pretty soon, yeah, turning back to politics now. Pretty soon, in a month time, okay, we were going to be totally submerged in the politics. Folks, what I'm looking for, because it hasn't been happening in the past, let me say about the past three elections. What I'm talking about is these people have gotten to be so disrespectful. I call it disrespect, okay? That they don't hold forums, they don't hold town meetings, they don't do nothing. All they do is spend an hour here and there on the radio, okay? Or they got jingle playing here and there, and then they say, go vote for me. People, we are the ones to dictate what happened. We are the ones that are supposed to tell them, you want a vote, hold a meeting, hold an event so that we can come and hear you say what you can do, and we can ask you questions about it to get more details, to get more specifics. People, we need to stop letting these people take advantage of us, these aspirants, these candidates. Stop the advantageous action. Stop the disrespect. I call it disrespect because any place in the world, somebody running for elected position, did a whole meeting, the whole forum, the whole some kind of event to interact face to face with the public. Okay? And no time me no shoving his mouth with no COVID or no virus. Okay? Who wants to be protected can protect themselves by simply wearing a mask. But the point is, you want my vote, then you need to present yourself appropriately, properly. Don't come half stepping. I know there's a whole heap of you waiting to come, hoping and praying that Senator Maurice James gets her legislation passed so you could sit in your government office, okay, and still be candidates. To tell you the honest truth, I don't agree with it because my thing is, if you can't plan your life, make a plan, financial, whatever else, that you can then afford to run for a position by taking the leave as you're supposed to, then you really have step in and can't qualify to come run the territory because that's your test. Call it the entrance exam. Okay. Make the plan that will accommodate for you to be able to take leave and do a campaign for whatever position you want. That's the entrance exam. Others have done it, and don't blame them now. Want to make them feel guilty because they're now in the position of advantage because they're in a position that they're in the position from where then they are campaigning. Hello, they made the sacrifice before. So I don't see anything wrong with those of you, and I don't agree that it's limiting selection. No. If you want and you feel that you are ready It's a plan you should have made. You don't just jump up and run for a position. No, you plan. And part of that plan is educating yourself to understanding the role of the position. To be perfectly honest, I hope Paris can get her thing passed. Yeah, because I want to see candidates who have a plan, who know, have the creativity, have the skills, have the whatever it takes, the resources to do a campaign on leave as it's supposed to be. Okay? And then come talk to me. Okay? I want to, at any rate, all of you out there running for the 37th legislature, I want to know what's your position and reapportionment of the legislature. Okay? And I don't want to hear I support it or I don't support it. No, I want explanation. Okay? Because this ain't kindergarten. I want an explanation. So, any and all of you out there who are aspirants who intend to be candidates for the 37th legislature, get ready for that question. What's your position on the reapportionment of the legislature? I hope you know the background history, you know. Okay? And I hope you could give a better explanation than them who say they're political science majors but don't agree with reapportioning the legislature so that we can hold senators accountable for their position. Okay? Folks, I am looking for the aspirants, the candidates, and I am not looking for any democratic town meeting. I mean, if you got it, I go in. But you see, them thing, they have them so structured to really accommodate the candidates, you know, yellow jacket. Okay? When they'll be claiming they know the questions. Hello, stop it. Stop it, man. Okay? The point is, we're not voting according to party. We're not voting according to symbol. We're voting according to individual. So you individually hold your town meeting. You individually hold your campaign meeting. You individually explain your plan for the position that you're going to run for. And this go across the board, whether it's a delegate to Congress, governor, lieutenant governor, senator for the 37th legislature, member of the board of election, or member of the board of education. Come ready. Come researched. Come with a plan. People, the growth and development of these Virgin Islands of the United States hang very seriously, very seriously on this election of November 2026. Okay? So I hope that we as a community we as a people make sure to address the campaign, the candidates in a serious manner. It's no time for joking. And I'm saying that because I'm hearing on certain talk show that people making a joke of who running or who ain't running, or they were, hello, it's no time for that. Last year, maybe what we are really now in election mode, in campaign mode, and we need to hear serious discussion, serious dialogue, serious conversation. Okay, and I am expecting and hoping that is what is coming. Okay, um, as folks are saying, there is a long list of candidates for all the positions. I have no problem with that. The more the merrier. All I'm saying is come right, come with a plan, come respectful, come ready, ready. Okay. You know what a disappointment it was when I joined the Board of Education back in 2013 and immediately recognized in about 30 days' time that I was the only one who had read the entire Title 17, which has to do with the legislations governing education. I mean, I was flabbergasted. I couldn't believe all these people on the board and they didn't read the code that applies to the board. You don't do that. Don't do that. If you're going to be a candidate for the Board of Elections, and I hope that we will have candidates, because there are 3 positions that are going to be up for election in the District of St. Croix. Read Title 18. Familiarize yourself with what controls the election system. If you're going to be a candidate for the Board of Education, and again, I hope that there are people out there who definitely are going to take the opportunity for these 2 positions in the District of St. Croix that will be up for election. Read Title 17. Familiarize yourself with the legislations that apply to education. Okay? That's how you get ready. Now, I mean, I can't tell you how to get ready with the legislation. Well, in that sense, I can, because the point is, if you're going to be a senator, there must be some areas, let's say at least 3 areas. Okay? Really, I would extend it to 5, of which you have some ideas, some concern, whatever. But there are these areas that, for whatever reason, past experience, your expertise, your knowledge, your previous engagement, these are the areas that you are focusing on. Okay? That be the case, then you should familiarize yourself with the code and the items that apply to those areas that you intend to focus on. Because you don't go in blind. Okay? You have to know what the law says about the areas presently to then draft some plan or gather ideas as to what needs to change to improve those particular areas or to add to it, because there are legislations that, okay, haven't been upgraded. They exist since the 60s, okay, and they just there. Well, this would be your opportunity. But when you make the plan, make sure you're ready to defend, support, and explain it in the simplest of ways for the man and the Kana to understand. Okay? The average man. That's a true representative. You don't talk over the head of people. You make sure that you're prepared to bring things to a level of understanding for everyone. Okay? Because I I've seen people address and then they say, well, you won't understand. And true enough, the person will say, well, help me to understand. Because basically, that's what it's all about. You want to be a senator and you want to get something done. Your first and most important role is to help us, the community, understand what it is you're trying to do so that we can support you or, in some cases, maybe even help you. Okay? Because many times when you understand something, you of a different mind, coming from a different perspective, different background, sometimes have different ideas to add to the concept. Okay, so let's make sure that you come, candidates, come ready to explain who you are, what you have done that has made an impact someplace, somehow, on life in the Virgin Islands territory. And then let us know what you believe you can do to have even more of an impact on the life and development of this territory. People, I really hope that in addition to the delegate, the Congress, the gubernatorial race, the senatorial race, that we do have candidates for the board races, please, please, because both of them, both of them need changes. The Board of Election and the Board of Education. They need changes in the membership so that we can get new ideas, so we can get an aggressive, proactive movement. That's what is lacking and is definitely necessary in these times. Okay. Let me remind you one last time, because we're coming down to the closing period, that the aspirants for an elected position, There will be a training to show you how to complete the nomination papers that you have to do in order to be a candidate on the ballot. And this is training that is going to be directed by a deputy supervisor in St. Croix on Tuesday, March 17th at 5:30. Okay, so if you are employed someplace, you have time to get to Sunny Isle to the election system office for 5:30 for that training. And in St. Thomas, it is Thursday, March 19th, okay, 5:30 at the St. Thomas election office, which is over there upstairs, well, up on the upper level of Banco Popular at, what's that? I think that's Lockhart Garden. Yeah, okay. So if you've never ran for office, it's a good thing to make sure and attend that training so that you don't waste time and you don't make mistakes and you get your forms for nomination papers filled out properly and that you get the accurate number because they will tell you then too as to how many signatures you need to get for your particular position. Because as I said, it depends on your registration. Party people have to get a certain amount of number. Independent people have to get another different amount of number. Okay, so make sure to check that out. The 17th in St. Croix, the 19th in St. Thomas. Anybody from St. John would need to get over to St. Thomas to the election office there in St. Thomas because um, there's no training in the island of St. John. Okay? Well, it doesn't say that. Let me put it this way. Okay? Although, no, it won't be. Won't be. Okay? The office is open on St. John Tuesdays and Thursdays, but that's only till 4 o'clock. So I would think that this 5:30 training will only be on the island of St. Thomas. So anyone who is going to be a candidate and is a resident of St. John, just plan to catch that ferry so you could get over in time for that 5:30 training. Okay? And folks, I always want to make sure to encourage where education is concerned. Folks, we have to get education right. We have to get our children engaged and we have to get them improved in the math, in the English. We have to do more than what is happening with these um, God, I just forgot what they call in those sessions that they're having in order to help the children bring up their grades. Um, that happens during the school day, at 30-minute periods. Okay, it's not enough. It's not enough. Um, as far as I personally see, um, we started out here with children being 2 grade levels below. Um, Last year, got 3 grade levels below. The way I see it, we just, some are moving up, yes, but it does not balance out. There are more who are going backwards, who are getting deficient, and more deficiency than there is advancement. And we need to do more. We need to do more, and this community needs to be involved in helping to do more. Because, folks, when education doesn't perform, It is all of us who are going to suffer. Okay? When you go into a business or an office and you don't get properly greeted, that's a deficiency of education. When you call on a phone and you don't get proper communication reception from the person on the other end, that's the deficiency of a public school education. When you go to take care of a situation, a service at a government office, and you get some irritable, okay, worker, that's a deficiency of our public education. Okay, when you go to make a purchase and you give more money, cash, than the total because you're looking to get back a hard paper, okay, whatever, and you see the cashier looking puzzled, that's the deficiency of the public education system. Okay, I laugh, but it is not funny. It is not at all funny. This is serious, serious, serious business, people. We have to really seriously focus on education. So I'm asking, I'm begging, I'm pleading with everyone out there. Because as I said, yes, first obligation is the parents who have children in the public school. But that does not mean that there is not also an obligation to every community member, every resident of the Virgin Islands of the United States. It is our business to make sure that our young people are properly educated so that our territory will continue to grow, to improve, to advance in a positive manner. And we can do it if we just focus on the situation and give it your attention. Good afternoon and welcome. Hello.
Um, oh, yes. You know, you said something that made me remember. Remind me of something that happened many years ago. It was actually in the States. I went to a McDonald's drive-through and I ordered some stuff, and then I realized, oh, I could get, I had change, so I could get back, some hard bills,
Uh-huh.
as you stated. But the person had already punched in the stuff in the machine.
Mhm.
And so they were, couldn't figure out what, how much change. So they gave me some change back, and I told them, no, this is not correct. And this was a young person, a teenager.
Yeah.
So then they did some stuff and gave me back some money again. And I was like, no, this is not correct. So then they asked me to drive up to the next window. And then they came and they gave me my food and gave me back the change. And again, it wasn't correct. And I thought I had to tell them how much it was, but they were supposed to give it back.
Yeah.
By that time, they were frustrated and they gave me whatever I said.
Yeah.
But one of the people at the window told me that the assistant manager and that person sat down on paper and pen, paper down, pencils of paper,
Yeah.
and still couldn't figure out how much. And that's when I knew we were in trouble. And coming back home, since then I see that same kind of a people are used to calculators. They depend on them, and if something goes wrong with that,
they're in
they
trouble.
are totally lost.
Yep, totally, totally.
And it's a sad thing because calculators don't always give you the right stuff. Every
Exactly.
once in a while, pardon?
No, I said exactly.
Yeah. And I said, these two are using, I get it in my head, sitting in the car.
Yep.
They were did a paper and pen, and still could not come up with the right amount of change to give you.
Um,
And this is
whenever I go someplace and I do that, I give the cash because I want something hard or whatever, and as I give to turn the money over, I always make sure to look directly in the face of the person because I mean the expression is is it has always make me smile to myself, and all I just do is sort of turn my head away because I don't want them to think I making mockery of them or whatever. But the expression is like, oh God, what she do this? Huh?
and you'd be surprised. Ask a young person in high school what is 3 times 4,
Mm,
and see how many of them can get that.
Not many.
And,
Not,
and,
not
and,
many.
and I'm not okay.
But that's why I said I was happy on our visits to the different schools to see that some of the math rooms are going back. They're doing the times table.
Yes, that's good. They
Yes.
teach them. They,
Yeah.
they, for a while now, they're having the students depend on calculators, and it's ridiculous. Even the ones that know, you would tell, that you do 3 times 4, and you see them whipping out their calculators, and you're like, what are you doing? And then they catch themselves and put it away and realize that, yeah, they already know this.
Yeah.
I call calculators electronic crap. There's so many of our young people are addicted to them.
Yeah. 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 Definitely. Yeah, well, hey.
But anyway, as I said, when you were commenting about that, it just reminded me. This happened many years ago. But as I said, that's when I knew we were in trouble.
Yep. And we still in trouble.
Yes, it has not. It's only gotten worse.
Yep. It has. So hey. But thanks for the call. We're at the end of
No
it.
problem.
Have a good weekend.
You,
And folks, we're at that time. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being there. This is WSTX 970 AM, your informative station. And this is Mary Moorhead saying, support a public school. Thank you.